together as we initiate chaos theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only wakes us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Napoleon another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the Betty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Betty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Good morning, everyone. I decided I needed the big guns. I needed my fringy velour, I like to call it my Stevie Nicks, robe. Now, I have not yet found, or my cloak of tism, whichever, mood of reverence I am feeling. But, having watched a bit ahead, I believe that the Commonwealth, in and among the witnesses that we are gonna catch up with, claims that a psychotic breakdown should include seeing invisible unicorns. And I knew I was going to need the big sensory, guns. So this is a gentle reminder that the Commonwealth continues to limbo above the or below the bar of human decency every day. It's actually quite miraculous. Neither of those women look limber enough to limbo, below the bar of human decency, and yet every day they wake up and manage to do it. That being said, they are going to continue to just be hideodorous buttholes about how they treat not only Lindsay Clancy, but by extension, any one of us who might struggle with mental health or chronic issues or any number of things. And I think that the Commonwealth is very much missing that while they think they might have contained their derision to just be about Lindsay, and they might think that it's all being focused on Lindsay, the way they say things, the way they dismiss cries for help and things like that, and continue to present her catastrophic internal injuries as a, manipulation or false, um, it not go it not only denigrates Lindsay, and I think that's their point, but in absence of in a great desire that I do not want the Commonwealth to be the only person's opinion, mental health doesn't look like a 1950s flippin' flapjack Looney Tunes cartoon. We are in the year 2026, and I so hate the convention of having to say we are in current year because again, it's like, Charles Dickens wrote in The Christmas Carol, the Marleys were dead to begin with. We're all aware of what current year is. I mean, vaguely me sometimes too. But the fact that we have the Commonwealth presenting mental health like an archaic caricature written by Joseph Goebbels, and yes, I do go that far in my comparison. I have seen less offensive things written by people in the '40s than what I have seen, here displayed as the Commonwealth's understanding of what mental health is. So, just a couple of housekeepings if you're new here. We are covering this trial at our own pace. So we are a day behind. Our days are going to be different than other trials. So if you're new here and you're like, "Holy crap, I'm on replay. What day is today?" We are still on day 6. We are covering the afternoon. Uh, but we take our time and um, you know, the problem with this trial is that it's not just isolated to Lindsay. We either all know someone or are someone that has dealt with being ignored by doctors or having to fake it until you make it because life is just life and it doesn't stop. And I think the lack of humanity is so profound from the Commonwealth that it's very jarring for those of us who have either similar lived experiences or are sensitive to these kind of things. So we're going at our own pace, and, taking time to rest and reflect. And that's just kind of how we are. We do, use dark humor. Yes, I am using incredibly mocking eyebrows, because there are a couple things we don't tolerate here. Trauma tourism. These cases are not easy to cover, and I don't say that as a martyr because I believe that they should cost something. I should be emotionally connected to these cases at the end of the day. Huh, fuzz. These are real human lives. Yes, we are, getting some entertainment. We're getting insight into things that fascinate us about the court system and all of this. But at the end of the day, there's a human tragedy at the bottom of each and every one of these trials. And it is disheartening and irritating that certain types of creators and personalities will go from case to case to case for personal gain, in my personal opinion, come at me, rather than feeling the feelings and doing the important work or allowing your platform to be a safe place to watch a trial or, an easy place to talk about X, Y, and Z. There's so many things that, eh, you know, I'm not Jesus or Oprah, but if I can, for my own personal mental health and body health, go at my own pace, then why not provide a nice place where we can use a bit of dark humor, a little bit of irreverence, but always respect that this is a horrific case with a lot of real world consequences and effects, and it's bringing out a lot of feelings and pain that people might be unaware that they're even about to be experiencing. I know that, I've had a couple people, contact me and say, "Hey, I'm sorry I had to leave," which you never have to apologize to me. Please take care of your mental health. But, this is bringing up a lot of my own personal stuff that I didn't think it would. And on cases like that, we'll just take our time and give it the space to breathe and to go into things and to vent. So that's kinda how we do things here. As the Chiron up above says, we have puppy kitten breaks. One's about 30 seconds, one's about a minute 30. And I will pepper those in there along with funny things just because sometimes we need palate cleansers. We just do. So that's how we run these. Let's get into it. I do have it bumped up to 1 and a quarter speed, just because, to try to catch up, but if it is too fast or you're finding that you're missing stuff, we can always go back to normal. So let me know in the chat, and away we go.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
All right. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Christina Carpio.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
C-A-R-P as in Peter, I-O.
And what do you do for work?
I am a general surgeon trained in trauma and critical care.
And where do you currently work?
I'm hired by Brigham, but I work at South Shore Hospital.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
I completed medical school and then went to general surgery residency for 5 years at Columbia Presbyterian. I then did 2 additional years of trauma and surgical critical care at Yale. And then I've been working for Brigham and South Shore Hospital since 2016.
And explain to us how it is that you work for both Brigham and South Shore Hospital as a trauma surgeon.
Brigham has many physicians of all specialties who are at South Shore Hospital. At one point, I think there was a merger attempted between the 2 institutions. Either way, my salary comes from Brigham, but I work only at South Shore Hospital.
Okay, so that's kind of my follow-up question. Generally, your day-to-day work is at the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth?
That's correct.
And what kind of hospital, or what level hospital, trauma level hospital is the South Shore Hospital?
A level 2.
And so if there are cases that come in that need more acute care, are they generally sent over to a hospital in Boston like the Brigham?
Yes, depending, sometimes we get input from the subspecialists to guide that decision.
And as far as your role as a trauma surgeon, do you actually do surgeries at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Were you working at the South Shore?
And that right there underlines, and I don't think the Commonwealth is aware, if you have a little bit of a spicy brain, I am picking up the inherent illogic in the fact that Lindsay had to be taken to a higher trauma unit because, they didn't have the tools and setup to deal with her injuries. Her injuries were so catastrophic that she had to go from a trauma 2 to a trauma 1. And not only that, but she couldn't have been transported by car, by ambulance. She was life-flighted. Now, you don't have to be a medical genius or watch Grey's Anatomy religiously, which I never did. I'm more of a house gal, um, to realize that these are indicators, real life concrete indicators that Lindsay Clancy nearly succeeded in her attempt. That had she not received adequate attentive care at a proper trauma unit, had anything delayed her transfer, it is very likely that we wouldn't be doing this trial. So the constant, game of shells and misrepresentation of the wounds on her wrist and neck. If I am a juror, I am now only writing down, just for my sanity and out of irritation, everywhere where the Commonwealth is lying to me or lying by omission or subtly shading the facts that are being brought by their own witnesses. And they're too either dumb or arrogant to realize it.
Hospital that day?
Yes,
And what was your role that day?
I was the on-call surgeon. I was physically in the hospital working.
At some point in the evening hours, were you advised that a patient was being transported to the South Shore emergency room as a level 1 trauma?
Yes.
And so when you are advised of that level of trauma, or you're advised of a critical patient coming into the emergency department, what do you do?
There are guidelines for how quickly we have to be present in the emergency room. Because I'm also operating, at times I may be in the operating room when that notification happens.
So in this particular case, when a patient, a female patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy, was coming into the emergency department, were you able to go down to the emergency department as part of the assessment team?
Yes,
And who were you working with from the emergency department in this case?
Dr. Kelly McDonough.
Now, is that a common thing?
Now, I will have to go back. I have seen various very upset reactions about the other doctor that was at South Shore. And for expedience, but not as anything more than a casual observation, she was the ER doctor that was missing part of her limb. Um, I have seen where people thought that she was very unsympathetic and callous. Now, I didn't read that, but I think I was more irritated with the prosecutor. So that is one I intend to go back to watch, because I do know I tend to monofocus or omnifocus, and I can't always pick which superpower I am going to be using at the particular time that it is. So I think I was like monofocusing on the prosecutor annoying me and not so much her reactions. So I do want to watch that again to see if I perceive, as I'm trying to objectively watch her, if I found her to be devoid of compassion or snarky. I didn't read that upon my first viewing, but I honestly wasn't paying attention for it.
That you collaborate with the emergency room doctors or nurses and technicians in a situation like this?
Yes.
Did you have information that came in through the EMS or the paramedics about the nature of the patient's condition?
I recall that we were told it was a fall of unclear mechanism from a height of about 20 feet.
And were you advised that there was the possibility of maybe neurological deficits or some serious spinal injury?
Yes.
And as a result of that information, did that inform your trauma assessment?
It was already activated as a level 1. That's the highest mechanism when there is concern for a height from a certain level, a fall from a height of a certain level, and with possible neurological injury.
So were members of the neurology department also part of that trauma assessment team?
No.
Okay. As far as your assessment, did you go and physically see the patient, make observations?
Yes.
And did you observe her in the emergency department to be intubated?
Shortly after arrival, she was intubated.
So that was done by the staff at South Shore Hospital, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And did you observe injuries to her neck and her wrists?
Yes.
Did you evaluate those to determine whether they needed immediate surgical intervention?
Yes.
Did they?
No, they were superficial.
And as far as additional tests to assess whether there's any other surgical intervention that's needed, are you aware that CT scans were ordered?
Yes.
And are you aware what areas of the body they were ordered for?
We did a pan scan, which means we scanned the head, the neck, the chest, and the abdomen, pelvis.
As far as your physical observations of the patient, did you observe any obvious injuries to her head area, like abrasions, contusions, fractures?
There were lacerations to her neck.
Okay, but as far as the rest of
Legitimately, I need to show you guys with a demonstrative how dumb the state is being. Well, Cletus, you didn't show up for work today. Are you being manipulative? I am legitimately a skull right now. I see. So manipulation it is. You're trying to get more paid time off. As you can see, he has all of his teeth. He has obviously had fake dental work. All these excuses. Legitimately, this is how I feel the state is trying to sell this case to me. He was doing fine. He had perfectly good teeth. We don't know why he didn't come into work today. And then I get a look at myself. See, you won't get this on Law and Crime or Court TV. I don't know why. They just will not look at my application. And they keep sending me cease and desist. People would pay to watch this. But this is how farcical the state's case feels to me at this point. And I can't imagine that I am not the only, juror in the court of public opinion or potential juror, on one of the 18 who is thinking, okay, we get that we get 'twas but a paper cut, but she also kind of transected her spine. I mean, like, okay, fine, we'll give it to you that those were superficial in the medical terminology meaning of it. But could we also notice the catastrophic, thoracic injuries that she had? Eh, Legitimately, I feel like they're trying to sell me that Weekend at Bernie's was, a historical fiction, or I guess, well, a historical prophecy. Only it was about Congress.
her head or around her, like,
Not
skull
obvious,
or
no.
face? And so when those CT scans were done, were you able to review the information that came from them?
Yes.
And as far as those CT scans, you're aware that there was a head CT scan or two head CT scans, one with contrast and one without.
Mhm.
And were you aware that the findings were there no definite acute intracranial findings on the non-contrast enhanced head CT?
Yes.
And there were no significant findings on the contrast head CT, correct?
The head CT with contrast was what we call an angiogram head and neck. So it's ordered in two parts and has two reports. At the time of the documentation that was performed, we had the report back on the head section, but the neck was not completed at that time.
Okay. Was there eventually a completed angiogram of the neck area at South Shore Hospital?
The images were done, the report was completed. I don't know the timeline of when the report came in compared to when the patient was transferred.
So as far as your initial assessment in that trauma assessment period, or that wasn't information you had available to you about the neck findings, correct?
The angio neck findings, correct.
Okay. And that's different from other CT scans on the cervical spine and other areas of the spine. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
As the trauma surgeon evaluating this case, did you identify that there were some serious spinal injuries to the cervical and thoracic areas?
Yes.
Did any of those require you to intervene with surgical intervention?
No.
Do you recall making note that while in the emergency department, the patient became hypertensive and that she was identified as being hypothermic to 82.1 degrees?
I remember that she was hypothermic when I reviewed my documentation. The two numbers I saw in my note were normal values of blood pressure, not high values, not hypertension.
Okay.
Hypotensive. She had low blood pressure. I do this a lot. My body broke all the molds when it got made. Don't be peanut butter and jealous, but I also have POTS. So that means that my blood pressure can go to the scary low level of 70/50. Now, I feel dead awful that look, it's not like a superpower. I am in the middle of a POTS flare during that time, which is a new thing I didn't even know I had, but I've always had my own whole life. Like, I love that I am on a magical adventure in my early 40s to find all of the rare conditions like Pokemon that I never knew I always had. I am the ultimate Pokemaster of the ridiculous conditions I never knew I always carried with me. Y'all have caught me in a mood today. I am sorry. We will attempt to stay on Steam or on stream or apply Steam. Who knows?
If I may approach you just with one of the pages from the notes, read a review. You could just tell me if I'm missing it.
Oh, no problem. Which part?
It's towards the bottom, the second to last paragraph.
Oh, she was hypotensive.
Where does one get a funeral bow made? Like, I can't imagine because I thought about looking for one on Hobby Lobby, but I didn't think that they would have anything that sad in Hobby Lobby. Besides, Hobby Lobby is a fun place for me. Like, I don't want to get like evil artifacts there, but I also don't want to spend a lot of money. So I went to Amazon that specializes in evil artifacts and not a lot of money. But I have a feeling Mr. Mo is going to try to curtail my comedic prop purchases this month. You know, for obvious reasons that you don't need a bazillion comic props. Okay, need and want are negotiable words, but bills come first, savings come first, saving for a fun vacation, and then comedy props.
Which means low blood pressure, different from hypertension, which is high blood pressure.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, no, not at all.
But as far as
No, lawyer woman, I am giving you no pass. First of all, the funeral ponytail and your absolute lack of compassion. You have done basic Latin. Both you and she should have, well, the doctor should have a more competent understanding of Latin, but you did study the Magna Carta. It is somewhat Latin-esque. Um, Hypo. Seriously, you couldn't have figured that prefix out? Like, I get that I'm over here nerd shaming and that not everyone might, have, a really good vocabulary, but you're a lawyer. I would have figured you would have to be a wordsmith of sorts, not allergic to vocabulation. So it shouldn't be that hard to understand that the prefix hypo would mean under. And given certain things that I have observed but not said anything about, I'm guessing you understand what a hypothyroid is.
hypothermic, that you recall that she was at a very low core body temperature.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know what was done to raise her body temperature?
We raise the temperature in the trauma room to be able to raise her body temperature. That's usually our first line of intervention.
And do you also have available to you at the South Shore Hospital what's called a bear hugger or some sort of blanket or wrappings that you can wrap around an individual to try to get their body temperature up?
Yes, we have that.
And at some point, her body temperature did come up to 95.2 degrees, correct?
Yes.
And based on your observations of her, did anything change about those lacerations that you observed once her body temperature was up that warranted some surgical intervention of those injuries?
No.
What was the ultimate recommendation for the care of this patient?
She had complex fractures in her spine at the thoracic level. We conferred with our neurosurgery colleague who was on call, who recommended transfer to a tertiary hospital.
And so where did this patient go?
Brigham.
Now, you identified that your hospital is a level 2 trauma, correct?
Yes.
After fully reviewing this patient, did you agree that this was a level 1 trauma situation?
Yes.
Are you able to do surgical intervention for these particular injuries that you observed on this patient at South Shore Hospital?
The spinal injuries require input from our neurosurgical team.
And there was none available to you at the South Shore Hospital?
We did contact the on-call neurosurgeon. Because we are a level 2 trauma center, they are not required to be physically present in the hospital, but they were immediately available and they can remotely review images.
So I guess my question is, why didn't you do any surgeries regarding those injuries at South Shore Hospital? Why did you recommend the care to a tertiary hospital?
The complex level of spinal injuries was deemed necessary for transfer by our neurosurgery colleague.
Okay, thank you.
Dean Reddington.
Morning.
Good morning.
Just a few questions. So South Shore Hospital, and you made reference to as being a trauma hospital, and the injuries suffered by Lindsay were level 1. Is that what it was?
Yes, that's correct.
That would be the highest level. Is that right?
Yes.
As far as risk or concern of the person's safety and health and survival.
Yes.
What time, if you remember, what time approximately was she admitted to South Shore Hospital?
The word admission means that she would have remained there as a patient, so she was never formally admitted.
Okay.
For the time that she was brought in by EMS, I would have to refer to that information from the record.
Do you have an idea as to how long she was at your hospital?
Likely several hours, but again, I would have to see the specifics in the charts of there's documentation with EMS for arrival and for when transfer occurred to Brigham.
Okay. And at some point, it was decided that she would be transferred to Boston, right?
Yes.
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Yes.
And it was decided by someone that they weren't going to put her in an ambulance for that transport, right?
I would have to look at the record for what was the method of transfer to Brigham.
Do you know how she was transferred? By helicopter? Med-flight?
I don't know, because MedFlight MedFlight covers 2 modes of transportation: MedFlight ambulance and MedFlight helicopter.
Do you know that she was Med-flight helicopter to Boston?
I don't know that.
And the time that she left was after you all had provided the treatment that you were able to provide to Lindsay as a patient, right?
Yes.
And you reached the end of your rope. She had to be transferred because you needed immediate high-level medical care, right?
She needed higher level of care. Yes.
Higher level of care. And as a result, she was then brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital. Now, the treatment that you had given would include raising her apparently temperature, I guess, because she came in at a low temperature, right?
Yes.
And did you use IV fluids?
I would have to check the record, but that is a common intervention.
So your memory would be that you believe that you used IV fluids, but you'd have to have me get out of the box and check the record to ask that question, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. It didn't really work out very well, though, did it? Because you know that when she was brought to Boston, after all of the time that she was treated at your hospital, she was still core temperature of 82 when she hit Brigham and Women's.
No, allow it if she knows.
I did not look at the medical record from another institution. I only reviewed my note from South Shore Hospital.
Did you know that your patient had coded shortly after being brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she had to have massive transfusions right after being brought to the hospital in Boston?
No.
Did anybody in South Shore Hospital make a determination that she had lost a lot of blood?
The EMS report did not share that there was a large volume of blood at the scene. She was evaluated part of her CAT scans also help us evaluate for intra-abdominal blood loss.
Okay, so when you raise the issue of the EMS, that would be the ambulance, right?
Yes.
And their report, their run sheet, they prepare, right? That's what you're talking about, right?
There's verbal report from EMS when the patient is brought in and also the run sheet of the details.
Okay, and when the people from the EMS came in, did they speak to you about the verbal report?
They address the entire room, so all the staff in the room is available to hear the details.
And you're able to look at the run sheet, correct?
No, the run sheet is not always immediately available.
So did the EMTs, to your knowledge, as a treating surgeon physician in the trauma center, tell you that there was blood loss?
Not to my recollection.
Did anyone tell you that at the scene where she was being treated after coming out of the window and striking the ground, that there was blood on the snow and on the leaves and in the grass?
I cannot recall if they commented on that.
Is that important for you to know if there's blood loss on a patient?
If there is a large volume of blood loss, yes, the EMS will routinely comment on a patient being found.
No, but that's the EMS. You're the surgeon.
I'm so glad Reddington is bringing logic into this. Sorry, I was setting up, since the boys are going back to public school, I need to, and for all the issues we had with the boys' public school. Uh, in the first place, the one thing we never had problems with, of all the things, and Lord knows there were issues, the one thing that I cannot complain about was the absolute dedication and professionalism that we experienced from the special needs and support staff at the school for my kiddos. Now, my middle son was missed for an official dyslexia diagnosis, and I'm irritated about it, but it was also the COOF. They were doing things by Zoom, and so those tests that he was supposed to have screening, um, just got missed. So I am irritated, but he has gotten just 2 years of some of the most dedicated, awesome support. You know, there's a lot of crap and crud in this world, but there are some really good, really awesome teachers that dedicate their lives, and support staff, school psychologists. There are bad ones too, but the ones I've been lucky enough to meet invest so much into each and every one of the students they come in contact with, and I know it costs them. I know that they don't always deal with parents that are willing or able to make the changes to help with their kiddos' lives, and, parents that don't wanna take responsibility or any accountability to, challenge and help their kiddos. So, of all the things that I've not been so impressed with, that has never been one, and I'm really lucky for that.
Right?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
Yeah, and one of the things would be blood pressure, right? What the person's blood pressure is, correct?
Yes.
And she had, if I understand your testimony correctly, low blood pressure.
She initially, when she came in, the note has a normal blood pressure, and then after intubation, her blood pressure dropped.
Okay.
Now, her blood pressure was probably dropping because of the catastrophic internal bleeding and the hypothermia and the fact that she, for all intents and purposes, without medical intervention, would have succeeded in her very, very fake attempt that the Commonwealth keeps telling me was a total fakery. Sorry, sometimes I just have to get all that out in a verbal rant to make sure that I am watching the same trial that you are watching, and that we are both stuck here in the illogical hell that is watching the Commonwealth ignore everything to say things are fake.
Do you know what caused the blood pressure to drop?
There were several factors at play. As we discovered from her CAT scan, she had an injury to her spinal cord in the thoracic region that very commonly causes issues with maintaining your blood pressure.
And do you know what her blood pressure was? I mean, if you don't, that's fine. You need the records.
Blood pressure at which point?
At the point I'm asking you about, when you noted that she had low blood pressure.
No, I don't remember how hypotensive she was, no.
As far as being hypertensive, did you know that when she finally hit the Boston hospital that she had massive transfusion of blood?
I thought I asked and answered.
Oh, did you?
You asked me before and I answered that no, I did not know that.
Okay.
Someone has watched Law and Order SUV. She's like, object, sure. Asked and answered. Ma'am, you can't object to, you're the witness. I don't tell you how to do your job. This is one thing I'm noticing that is a pet peeve of mine. And it's just because I would rather not have the critique of not giving the witness the record. Um, that is the only thing. I wish Attorney Reddington would give the witnesses the records when he's saying, "You didn't see this." I don't think it loses any point if he gives them the record and they can refresh their memory. I think there are still some things that you can say, "Yeah, that still looks pretty snippy or pretty not so good."
Okay. So how about, did you know that they introduced pleural tubes in both sides of her chest and removed many, many cc's of blood from both the right and left pleural cavity?
No, I just object to the line of question. The witness has already indicated she hasn't reviewed those records. She's not aware of what happened at the Brigham.
No.
Go through each and every injury is not us.
No, she can answer that.
No, I do not know that about the patient when she was not at South Shore Hospital.
How about the superficial cuts that you were talking about? Would you suggest or would you agree that on the right ulnar area and the left ulnar area of the upper extremities, right and left, that there were
No, Attorney Reddington, we do not even dignify this argument with addressing it anymore. Honestly, you don't I know I only speak for myself, and I can become a little blind to other perspectives. But I have to imagine that every juror at this point, 7 days in, you know, doesn't care, isn't going to base their entire verdict on the stupid scars. Could we put them away? Could we stop it? Reddington, don't even dignify it with a response anymore. Treat it as the absurdity and farcical, straw man it is. That's how I would deal with it. I would simply ignore it. I would no longer address it. It is beneath my noticing. Now, that is an internal failure of mine because there might be a juror that needs me to address it every single time.
Deep cut noted in the skin.
The notes about her wrist injuries said that it was through the skin with exposed fat, but there was no exposed muscle or tendon. So
Okay.
those are more superficial.
So you would not agree that they were deep cuts on both ends? You wouldn't agree with that?
No, I would not.
And again, you're not aware of anything that was diagnosed in Brigham and Women's Hospital, right?
That is correct.
As far as the injury to her spine, what kind of injury was it? Do you remember?
It was at thoracic level T5, T6.
And what type of injury was there to the spine?
The report said that the stability of the pattern of it indicated that there was instability of the spine, which is why we conferred with the neurosurgeon.
Right. And nothing much came out of that either, as far as conferring with the neurosurgeon, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by nothing much came
Well,
of
he
that.
didn't show up to.
All right, Attorney Reddington, you are dealing, look, as allegedly in armchair, in unlicensed parapsychology, of which I am an unlicensed master. I am guessing we are dealing with someone on the Spielbergian-tism spectrum, which means that you are going to get a logical and sarcastic response. If you ask me a question to which it is impossible for me to know the answer, such as records I have indicated I have never looked at. Now, this can either be your best witness or your worst witness because it will appear that she is being snippy. She is simply saying that question doesn't make sense based on the logic I've already indicated, which is I never looked at those records. Why do you continue to ask me these questions? So, Attorney Reddington, just let it go. Look, this is not the approach you want. Look, I'm just letting you know, as the neurospicy whisperer, with my own cloak, uh, this is not the way you want to question this witness.
Come to the
Bless his
hospital, right?
heart.
We did. I'm not sure.
Okay, the spine was transected at T5, T6, right?
The team, or rather the input you would need for further commentary on the spine would be a neurosurgery team. I am not a neurosurgeon. I am a general surgeon.
So you're not aware.
And I feel bad for her and him because it's this right here is such a clear indication of different patterns of communication. Reddington wants to get to the bigger picture, and this woman sees everything in eh, she's much better at myopic focusing, and not to the detriment of everything else, but, you know, it involved her. She is here to speak on her part. That is what she is going to speak on. She cannot speak on anything else, and she won't. And so he's not going to get the answers he's wanting from her as to the catastrophic nature of her wounds. And rather than taking a quick step back, taking a breath, and when you are encountering these kind of answers, um, realize that you might be dealing with someone who uses more logic, maybe has a spicier brain, and you're going to have to approach the questions differently to get what you want. These are the kinda, like, things that make, like, my brain excited, and I could spend hours just watching this interaction between them. I am not kidding you. I will not subject you to that, but I could because the sort of parallel conversation that's happening here is uniquely fascinating to me as someone who has always felt like they're doing this all my life. Um So, I mean, I would give answers in this fashion. I can't give you any answers. I could make educated guesses, but I'm here as as a witness who can only speak and is only legally allowed to speak on what I did, I can't opine about what other people did. So she's come in here with a very constructed framework of what she's going to talk about, what she is willing, what her part in this case was, while Reddington is looking for a more omni-focused sort of general overview of how catastrophic the wounds are. And if both of them could just take a step more Reddington, but if Reddington could just take a step back and realize this might not be the witness, and then we would have, I think, a lot less communication issues. So I'm not saying that the world has to stop and give me a Nido ball or anything, but these are kind of simple communication things that are draining and exhausting, because I guarantee you that she's gonna go home tonight and wonder, probably look at the internet, if people think she came off as snippy or argumentative, she's going to be confused by that because she just gave the honest answer when she was asked. And as a person who has gone home confused as to why the honest answer was not the answer I was asked to give, it's just to be kind and to give a little bit of a different kind of a perspective. When I see them in their teachable moments, I figure it's my channel, Imma do it.
Of the transection. You know what a transection is, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And on your CAT scans or on your pictures that you were describing for the jury with no problem for the DA, did you notice that the spine was transected at T5 and T6?
There was compression of the bones. I would have to specifically look at the report to see if it used the word transection.
Okay. How about a thyroid? Did you notice anything about a thyroid?
It said that there was edema at the thyroid, concern for contusion or laceration.
And that's the extent of your knowledge. You don't know whether or not the thyroid was destroyed or anything, do you?
Correct.
Okay. How about her ribs? You notice that some of her ribs were broken.
I would have to look at her CAT scan report again.
Yeah. So coming in here today, you're not aware whether or not she had broken ribs because you haven't been able to look at your records. Is that right?
I did review my records. I would have to specifically state into the record what was the injuries. I would be happy to read from my note, which I know is part of the evidence.
Yeah. So who is it that decides that a patient is going to be med flighted into Boston from South Shore Hospital?
Some of it depends on the level of injury and the transport teams that are available at that moment. Sometimes a med flight ambulance is faster. Sometimes med flight is available. It all depends on the available resources at the time of the event.
So what I asked you is who decides whether or not somebody's getting med flighted out of South Shore Hospital?
Is collaborative between what resources are available for us to transport the patient. The decision to transport.
I don't know. All of this was, the defense has always been willing to basically stipulate to all of the facts, and get down into the why of this case, because we already have the who, what, when, where. The meat and potatoes of this case is gonna be the why. And of all the narratives for the state to go with, it's, she was obviously faking all of this. And she just didn't wanna be a mom anymore. Like, of all the random, like, narratives, here's what I don't get, y'all. Like, the Commonwealth basically can, within grounded reality, come up with whatever narrative they want. They don't have to prove a narrative. I mean, they don't even have to prove a motive. They could have just come in here and said she did it and not even tried to attach a motive to it. But no, they decided with all the available facts, every single thing, every little easy dunk that Reddington has been able to come up and say, "Oh, so she had like 17 different self-help workbooks she was doing to try to be a better mom." And with all of the facts you had available, you looked in the mirror and you felt confident about, she done faked it and she didn't want to be a mom no more. Scooby Snack says what? I know it's gonna sound incredibly weird, but I honestly wanna do a deep down like a deep dive interview with, the Twisted Tragedy Sisters of the Commonwealth and say, seriously, no, I know this is gonna come off as a smart ass, but I simply cannot. My brain is hurting at the illogic of and the insanity of your narrative. So, I need you to explain to me like I am a toddler where you came up with this. Yeah. You know what's Everything's fine over here. You know what's ironic about your statement? Prosecutors haven't read the room. The Beau is doubling down on the she didn't try hard enough to off herself instead of getting to the why. She's taking her career off the cliff like Marsha Clark. Ironically, she would actually, because her hair is thin and she does have the kind of thinning, that is noticeable. If she got shorter and, did a maybe a more textured curl, I think it wouldn't be a terrible look for her. Although okay, it could be a not awful look, or she could look like it's Pat. Either way, it would be an improvement. I demand that she comes into court tomorrow looking like it's Pat.
For the patient is made between the emergency room team and the trauma team, and
So
the
you
input
as-
from the
Go
subspecialist.
ahead.
Let her finish.
Yeah, no, I didn't know she was still talking. Go ahead.
I finished there.
All right. So you, as the trauma surgeon, would you agree that you had a little bit to do with whether or not she was in dire straits and had to be med-flighted to Boston?
I would be part of the decision to transfer her.
Do you remember that decision being made, and do you remember the meeting that you had to make that decision?
I remember conferring with the emergency room team that neurosurgery had said she needed transfer.
And it was by med-flight, right? You
Again,
don't know whether it was an ambulance or a helicopter, but you know it was med-flight.
it should have been med flight, yes.
Okay, that's all I got.
Come off any redirect?
Just very briefly, doctor. It was very
Oh, no, we're not listening to you redirect. I just can't. Oh, Lord. Is this a cop or a doctor or a doctor cop? Oh, crud. I fast forwarded too far into the void. And then I didn't miss anything.
RABBITT.
And where do you work?
Rabbit, do you have a mustache? Have we allowed Rabbit to grow a mustache yet? Hello, my name is Mo, and I deeply love Super Troopers.
The Massachusetts State Police, currently assigned to the Cybercrime Unit
How long have you been with the state police?
since March of 2012.
And I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. What was your assignment then?
I was a trooper assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for Plymouth County.
And do you recall how long you were a detective or trooper assigned to the detective unit in Plymouth County, approximately?
From February of 2017 to September of 2024.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall being involved in an investigation in the town of Duxbury that day?
I do, yes.
And do you recall where you went in Duxbury or where the investigation was unfolding out of?
I first went to Jordan Hospital, or Beth Israel Deaconess, Plymouth.
Okay, and so
Okay, I am
you-
going to kind of scoot ahead. If we are just going through, so he's the detectives, is he gathering evidence? Evidence. Okay, no, we're just fast forwarding to the defense because I want him to explain how they missed all the medications. I can't deal with the Commonwealth today. Hello, welcome to Trials with Mo, where we skip the parts that hurt my brain and get directly to the roasting.
Thank you.
All right, cross, counsel.
On the pills that you just counted, or you went through the bottles that you seized, first of all, there's no doubt that you guys were executing a search warrant, right?
That's correct.
And to have a search warrant, you have to have a reason to seize something from a citizen's person or their home, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, the probable cause is what it's called, right?
Correct.
And then you have to itemize what you want to have the authority to seize, right?
Correct.
So I take it that when you people went in executing the search warrant, that you had authority to seize the medical pill bottles that we've just gone through.
Correct.
And that was set forth right in where it says you're therefore commanded. One of the things that you're entitled to seize would be prescription medication, right?
Correct.
And that would be on January 25 of 13 that this affidavit was submitted to the clerk in this court, right?
Correct.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, warrant was issued on January 25, right?
I didn't write it, but that sounds about right. That sounds right.
All right, but do you recall what time you went into the Clancy home to execute the warrant or serve the warrant?
It was early morning hours, yes.
All right, so early morning hours, you're in there to look for, in among other things like computers and things, seize any medication bottles that you saw.
Correct.
So it's not that it's a random search.
I'm not saying that I could be a Backstreet Boy, but the reunion tour is coming soon. Who was the douchey one that had like the long black hair? He was like 47. The other guys were like 19. Anywho, look, I just figured since Rabbit didn't have a mustache, I'd have to give him one.
That some police officer just happened to grab bottles that he or she saw. There was a specific intent to seize prescription medication, correct?
It was on the affidavit, yes.
And that's what you all did when you went in to try to execute the warrant and seize the items, right?
I mean, for myself, what I found in the kitchen is what I seized, yes.
So were you the officer in charge of the warrant execution?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you leave the kitchen and go elsewhere?
I did, yes.
And where did you go?
I believe I went to one of the children's bed.
The lip smacking. The lip smacking. At this point, who do I sign? Who do I need money for a retainer to sue the entirety of the Eastern Seaboard for the lip smacking audio assault that my earballs have been assaulted to, have been privy to, not only for this trial, but count them, two Karen Reeds and one Lolly. I need money from the entire Eastern Seaboard. So, on a random thought, I told Mr. Moe because I have to go into an evaluation, and I don't tend to be the most unnervous when it comes to going to a doctor. So I was like, do you think I could just take a photo album of all the fake mustaches I wear as potentiality to get me out of like the full diagnosis, and they can just give me the DX with like pictures? Okay, JKD Book, here's my problem. There is a fine line between a comedy bit, which I am willing to go to extraordinary lengths to get a laugh, and getting an involuntary hold, which I think could be a potentiality, depending on how method acting I go. So how do men deal with mustaches? I mean, I know yours don't fall off glue-wise, but, I mean, how do you deal with something on, like this is why I couldn't have a mustache. I mean, dudes talk about they couldn't have boobs. I would just be in the mirror doing this. And then, because you have to. And I take this little moment to say, this is a rough trial. If you need to take a moment, if you happen to have an entire stash of emotional support stashes, that is okay. Take a moment, be weird. We are all in this life together. So, be weird, have your emotional support stash. Let's get on with life.
Bedrooms, because I was somebody informed me there was a Nest camera in there.
A camera?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else, if you recall?
Not that I can recall.
Did you go in the master bedroom?
I can't recall if I did.
Do you recall whether or not anybody in your presence or anybody went into a drawer, a nightstand, and looked in the drawer and saw an Apple Watch, a bunch of pills, things things to use to assist your sleeping, things of that nature? Do you remember anybody doing that?
I don't know if anybody did or not.
And there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prescription bottles that were seized. Have you ever seen these?
I have not.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You went the bottles to the district attorney, and you did that when you did inventory apparently of these pill bottles that you already talked about, right? For the DA, she asked you to look and tell us how many pills were missing, right?
I did that for the ones that were turned in.
Right. And nobody ever looked at these bottles, right?
I don't know if they have or not.
Now, far be it from me in my current state to be the voice of reason, but I thought this witness stated that he was an investigator, a lead investigator. But you're a lead investigator that happened to miss the ever so secret stash of pills in the nightstand that no one bothered to search in a triple homicide case. This is why I am wearing the LEO stash, because apparently I am now the first functional law enforcement officer that was on the scene to investigate. And by blessing of being afflicted by noticing and logic, no one was in charge.
If I understand correctly, lorazepam, as counsel asked you, the dates that these scripts were written, the lorazepam, as you indicated, was October 26th. The buspirone was same date, October 26th. The hydroxyzine was October 27th. Flanazepam was into November 25. Fluoxetine was November. Lorazepam was the beginning of November, November 2nd. Buspirine. These were all pills that were issued on prescriptions in about a 3-week period of time. Is that correct?
Yeah, whatever the dates are when they would have been
Okay.
prescribed.
Would you say that Patrick Clancy was very cooperative with your investigation? Anything you needed, he was pretty much there to try to help you out?
I mean, I think I only dealt with him at the hospital, but he was very forthcoming.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, sir.
Como?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor.
Counsel.
LEO stash off until it's needed again.
As its next witness.
Come on. You stop right there and raise your right hand for the photo.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear to the testimony you give that you shall give to the court?
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Jane Hartnett.
And how are you employed? What do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the criminalistics unit as well as the crime scene response unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you worked for the crime lab?
Approximately a total of 10 years.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna need a Daryl Brooks stop the record, repeat the record, run the record back, please. I thought we done stipulated to all these daggone lab people so we wouldn't have to spend 18,340,000 minutes going over these when the defense was like, no, we stipulate. In fact, it was at the beginning of this particular stream. It was less than 50 minutes ago that y'all stipulated to this shit. Okay, we are scooching right along to see if they're talking about anything relevant because this was supposed to be stipulated. And it's not because I don't think that, it's important. It actually pains me to fast forward through this, but the Commonwealth isn't going to get us any sort of, decent information. We're going to get a lot more information from the defense, and I only have a finite time to stream, so I'd rather get to the highlights.
Counsel, anything we need to talk about before the break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll be in the morning recess at this time. Thank you.
Ooh, penny problem classes have entered. But this is all stipulated, and I'm sorry, but part of covering this trial and honoring it is not going on an emotional waterboarding side quest that the Commonwealth seems determined to take us all on, but getting the facts so we can get to the why quicker, which is the real important part of this trial.
You had taken swabs of that was on the carpet down in the basement, right?
That's correct.
And you went upstairs, and then ultimately you ended up in the bedroom, and you made observations of a number of blood drops, or red, brown, as you put it, drops on the floor, right?
There were numerous red brown stains on the floor, yes.
On the clothing, the bedclothes that were on the bed as well, right?
I do not believe I documented red brown stains on the clothing. It may have been there. I don't know if I have it in my notes.
How about the on top of the nightstand? There was the knife that counsel had talked about, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then you look at the window, and there was a red-brown stain on the right-hand side of the window as you're looking outside from inside in the bedroom, right?
Yes, correct.
And you made observations of some of the markings on the shingles that were directly below the window, directly above where the red-brown stains were found in the snow underneath.
Yes, that's correct.
Your confirmatory test, and first of all, what you do is you have your screening tests. Back in the day, they used to, you used the orthotolidine. You still use that?
No, not this time.
Now you use what? Crystalline? What do you use?
It's called Tasselmeyer.
And the Tasselmeyer, basically, as I say, back in the day, it used to be that you would have vegetation that could give you a false positive, right?
Correct.
Certain chemicals could give you a false positive.
Correct.
Animal feces could give you a false positive, right?
Depending on what's in them, possibly, yes.
The test now that you have, the confirmatory test, is a lot more accurate, if you will. But still, nevertheless, I said confirmatory screening, but nevertheless, you still have to do a confirmatory test, right?
That's correct.
And back in the day, it used to be Takayama test. What do you do for confirmatory now?
We use a test card, a human trace test card, which is something similar to a COVID test or a pregnancy test, where you just put the liquid in the beginning of the card, the liquid runs up, and if there's 2 lines, it's positive, and if it's only 1 line, it's negative.
That's not the Teichmann test, is it?
No.
Okay, so the confirmatory test that you use, that's a color test, though, right?
It's a immunographic test. It's an assay, so it's not really a color test where you add the drops to the swab and it's going to change color.
Okay.
It's a reaction that's happening within the test card between antibodies and antigens that produce either 2 lines or 1 line.
So let's take, for example, in the bedroom on the floor, the counsel had shown you a number of drops that were in the floor between the bed and that mirror, right? You did confirmatory testing on that?
I did back at the lab. I screened it at the scene and then, confirmed it back at the lab.
And that confirmed that it was human blood?
It confirms that it's blood and it indicates human blood. There is
You have to do a precipitin test or something to determine if it's animal blood or human blood, right?
So the test card that we use indicates that it confirms that it's blood. It indicates human blood because it may react with primate blood. So it's not specific to human blood.
The bottom line is that you, as a chemist working for the Mass State Police investigating this case, are confirming that the stains that are on the floor of the bedroom, all the blood, all those stains are in fact human blood, right?
I'm confirming the single stain that I collected from is blood.
All right. And when you say the single stain, that would be you use the Q-tip and you swab it, and that would be from all of these stains that were all over the place on the floor, right?
I did not swab each individual stain. I took a swab from each collection of stains.
Okay. And that was human blood, confirmatory, indicating it was human, right?
It was confirmatory for blood and indicated human blood.
All right. Now, one of the exhibits that the district attorney had pointed out to you was the mirror, exhibit 161. Do you remember that, the mirror?
Yes, I do.
Hey, you see those drops that appear to be going down from above in a downward direction? See those drops? You tested those?
I do see the red brown stains, and yes, I performed a screening test on one of them at the scene.
Okay. And you're comfortable that in fact is human blood, correct?
I did not perform a confirmatory test on that specific stain back at the lab. So I just screened it at the scene, and that stain was not tested any further at that time.
It was what?
I performed a screening test at the scene. I did not perform any confirmatory tests on that specific stain back at the lab.
Well, there's no doubt that the stains that are depicted on the full-length mirror that we can see in Exhibit 161 and the stains that were on the floor next to the bed, and the stains that were on the floor in front of the bed heading towards the door, all with the same consistency, right?
I didn't make any determination whether or not they were all the same consistency.
Human blood?
I did not make a determination that they were human blood. So based on the scientific results, I cannot say that they were human blood.
As a chemist and involved in crime scenes,
Again, I thought this was something that we had stipulated to. I thought that the blood was the blood. We took it to the lab. We don't have to get 973 people to explain that the blood was the blood. That the, exercise bands found around the children were the weapons that were being considered. I thought we were all stipulating to this.
many, many times. Would you agree that the substance that's on the floor and the substance that's in the mirror and the substance that's on the doorknob and the drops that are heading out of the bedroom, those in fact, more probable than not, would be human blood, right?
I do make certain assumptions based on the color of a stain, the size, the shape of the stain that could potentially be blood, and that would indicate what I might want to test further. So I don't make an assumption off the bat that it's going to be human blood. That's why we perform scientific testing to screen for blood and then to confirm it's blood.
Okay. So this here, you indicated was some type of insulation,
That's what it appeared to me. I mean, I'm not an expert, but it looked like some sort of foam insulation.
and it's a little difficult to see with the. See that there? Above the little orange, looks like a little balloon, but let's say it's insulation, or let's say it's something for bugs. You see the red substance on that object?
I do.
See the red substance, red-brown stain on that window ledge or windowsill?
Yes, I do.
You tested that?
I did not test that specific stain, no.
Yep. So do we know if that was blood?
No, not at this time.
Pretty obvious that it was, though, to you, right?
It appears to be a red-brown stain on the exterior of the windowsill, but I did not do any testing on it.
Okay. And did I hear you correctly that it was 5 months later that the state police investigators decided that you would get the shingles off the house?
I don't know when that decision was made, but that was the day that I was requested to go out.
And then the district attorney showed you the shingles and envelopes. You opened them up and looked at them. And you did a confirmatory test on those?
I did not. I performed a screening test on each of those stains at the scene. I did not perform a confirmatory test on those stains due to the fact that the red-brown stain color was no longer visible. So potentially
It was degraded because of the weather, right?
at some point the red-brown stains appeared darker. They were no longer red-brown. So I thought that the material.
Come into the light, ma'am. Logic feels so good. It's like a nice warm velour robe that has a silky lining and fringes on it so you can twirl them instead of your hair. Like, it's the best cape ever / cloak. But if you don't fight the logic, let it flow through you. Come to the dark side where we logic and notice things. Well, so the stains were, less, but I wouldn't say that it was because of the weather. I just couldn't see them. Maybe it was my glasses.
Could be less, so I didn't want to use any additional material for confirmatory testing.
School, as a chemist, you learn how to testify, don't you?
Yes.
One of the things they tell you is look at the jury. When the lawyer asks a question, you look at the jury and you answer the question, right?
That's correct.
So can you just look at me when I ask you just a little the question? Would you agree?
Oh, no, no, no. Don't make me look at you. Oh, this is gonna be a hard one. Dang, Reddington, I would do anything for you, but eye contact. I will be focusing on one of your eyebrows. I will never be focusing on your eyes. You may think I am looking directly at you. I am looking at your eyebrows. Don't make me look into your eyes. I don't want to do it. Yeah.
That weather affects, degrades blood, if in fact it is on an object, and allowed to stay outside.
Absolutely.
And then you'd agree with me that what you noted appeared to be dark.
Yes.
It would almost be like bat guano for that matter. We don't know what it is, right?
No, I did not make a determination what it was. I just performed a screening test, so I could not confirm it was blood. They just screened positive for blood.
Do you remember?
Massachusetts, kindly consider your prohibition on hiring competent people for civil service. Give competence a chance. You might be shocked. And I say this with these eyebrows on my face. I am more competent than what she is showing right now.
There was a red-brown stain on the doorknob of the bedroom, from the inside of the bedroom going out. Did you notice that?
Potentially, I noticed it. I don't believe I didn't collect from that.
We don't know if that's blood either.
Correct.
And how about the drops, the red-brown drops that were by the door, directly underneath the doorknob? Did you test those with your swabs?
No, I did not.
What would you say you do here, sweetie? I mean, I don't see the required 19 bits of flare on your suspenders. So, are you aware that you're not in a TGI Fridays? I'm sorry, Flickers. I feel like she is unaware of where she is currently. Are you having an out of body experience? As a parapsychologist, unlicensed and uneducated, I am here to help.
So, yeah.
All right. Commonwealth Aid redirect.
Just briefly, you were attempting to explain why you did not.
No, I will not let you explain. Okay. Okay. All right. Look, now afflicted with noticing, but obviously realizing that the things I tend to notice are people's internal insecurities. But here's another short little fella.
Good afternoon, sir. How about you raise your right hand, please?
Good afternoon. This officer swear that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. How much that kind of clash of this is Thank you, sir. You may take a seat.
All right, good morning, sir.
Morning.
Yes, counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yes, my first name is Jonathan. My last name is O'Laughlin.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Oloughlin.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been a trooper?
Hired in October of 2011.
And what is your current assignment with the state police?
Right now, I work in the Division of Field Services, and I'm assigned to the State Police Logan Airport Barracks.
Going back to January of 2023, what was your assignment with the state police then?
I worked in Crime Scene Services section.
And
Okay, again, this is stipulations that I thought we had gone through. So explaining how to respond to a death scene, talking to investigators. It looks like she is so he collected some of the children's clothing and things that were removed by first responders, and cut away to try to get them, rescue aid. So again, why he is here, I do not know, because again, I thought that they had super glued, or not super glued, but they had stipulated to all of this.
Sir, as far as the dresser, that was located in the basement of the home, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the item that was collected was not collected by you or the crime scene response trooper, but in fact by the state police detectives unit, to your knowledge.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Rankin.
So basically, how long is your course that you take to become a crime scene technician for the state police?
So before you're certified for fingerprints, it's usually about a year.
So you're working in that crime scene services unit for a year while you're going to the school for it?
Yes, it's more of an internal training. You don't go to a specific school, but yes.
So you told us about your training. You told us about your experience. You told us about fingerprints. You told us how you seize items in the course of a search warrant. And then you told us about looking at the photographs and the items that would depict Friction Ridge, if any. But the bottom line is that you didn't get any fingerprints.
Correct.
And you could have just said that, right? Just come on the witness stand and say, we didn't get any fingerprints.
Sustained.
So then you're talking about, as the state police investigating this case, you guys walk around and you have cameras and you take pictures, right?
Yes.
That's what you told us.
Attorney Reddington is just us, just like, make it make sense. Speak logic to me. See, what people don't understand is that Reddington is not being argumentative here. He is simply like us, stopping and saying, this is the case you wanna bring to me. This right here, this is your best shot. I don't even know how to process that. He's over here like, I have never this is of in all of the stupid that I have ever entertained in my life, this is the stupidest, and in this moment, I do not know how to process the stupid that I am currently engaged or not engaged in. I'm unwillingly being forced to engaged in.
It's about. Well, how about when you're executing a search warrant? Are you supposed to be thorough in the course of your search for items?
I don't search for items, sir. Everything I do is,
Pictures, right?
yes, I document.
So if I went into the bedroom and if I found a bunch of drugs, that in addition to the drugs that were found in the kitchen, and I found these in a nightstand with blood on top of the nightstand and the knife that you talked about, you would have photographed that, right?
Yes.
You never saw that, did you?
No.
I have no further questions.
Right. Redirect? All right. Thank you, sir. Accept that. Thank you.
The Commonwealth will call Hillary Griffiths as next witness, please.
I wonder if she's gonna look like a Hillary. I think with the Athena Strand trial, I think they did a better job than with this case as far as keeping the witnesses down, and I do think that the parents I think the mom wanted to speak. I think the mom needed to speak, needed to talk about and for her daughter and make sure that everyone understood who she was. But I also it didn't rub me as wrong as it does in this trial, and I think because and I think the state did what they did because they realized where the defense in the Tanner, Horner trial was going. Um, we needed to know just how monstrous he was.
Thank you.
Is it becoming a trio now? Is there a personality, body, and, appearance archetype in Massachusetts civil service? I I'm not trying to be a weirdo, I'm asking for a friend. They all look like they came in a box set of weird Barbies, and I'm kind of confused, but also asking if they're semi-related.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Somebody here, raise your right hand, please.
Good afternoon. Would you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you should take the court and jury you have enough time between the client. Thank you. You may have a seat, please. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Sorry, it's okay. Good afternoon. Can you tell the jurors your first and last?
Okay. With the very big caveat that, yes, they may be related, but this is the good sister. This one in less than 5 seconds has displayed more human and humanity characteristics than her sisters combined. She is the good Sanderson sister.
Name?
Hillary Griffiths,
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Griffiths.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
What do you do there?
I am a forensic scientist in the toxicology unit
How long have you been with the state police?
for 21 years.
And have you spent your entire career in the toxicology unit or have you worked in other units?
Initially, I worked in the DNA unit and then in the Office of Alcohol Testing, but I've been in the toxicology unit since 2011.
What does the toxicology unit do at the crime lab?
We test biological specimens, primarily blood and urine and some other sample types for the presence of drugs, alcohol, and some poisons to aid in criminal and legal investigations.
Where does the samples, the blood and urine, come from before it gets to your lab?
They could come from like often hospital collections of blood and urine. Occasionally, urine samples can be collected from a defendant at a police station. Also, we receive samples from the medical examiner's office.
So normally it comes through some law enforcement channel, right?
Yes.
And sometimes through the medical examiner's office.
Yes.
You don't have any direct involvement in the collection of the blood or urine from an individual, correct?
Correct.
You're just looking at the blood itself.
Yes.
Or the urine.
Yes.
Okay, so what kinds of testing is done in the toxicology unit? You mentioned alcohol and drugs and poison. So how does the toxicology unit handle those things?
We initially screen samples following a particular testing strategy depending on case type. And we will screen samples and then confirm whatever is found positive in the screening using a second methodology or repeating the initial methodology using a variety of different techniques.
And when a sample comes to your unit, can you explain to us how the personnel in that unit?
Samantha Shoe Lover, it's going to sound bad, but I blame her less because it was the medication, and I blame Tanner more because for the illegal drugs. Both guilty, but he felt worse because it was a drug of choice. I think also that, but he was aware that he had these dark impulses and he did nothing to fight them. Lindsay seemed to have been fighting them every step of the way. She was screaming and shouting in ways that might not have appeared like screaming and shouting, to anyone else. But yeah, it's apples and oranges, but I can see how they are parallel in certain ways. But he was determined to do this, whereas Lindsay was determined to fight this. And I think that's also the hard part to understand in this trial is how is the punishment going to be the same for someone who is fighting like hell against these demons? And obviously the punishment is not the same. He got the death penalty, but in theory, just kind of topographically, if not pedantically to the point, how is she looking at the same sort of justice that we would give to a monster that planned this and did this and took unusual, pleasure in hurting not only the family, but just innocence itself? That's the part where I think a lot of us are having issues is, why does the punishment look the same when the fact patterns are so obviously different? And there should be, the way our system was set up was to be rather bespoke, rather custom, not legislatively, everyone is equal under the eyes of the law, but to be able to pull and correctly, punish and adjudicate things at a level. Do I think this is possibly I don't know what justice looks like in this case. But I know that this isn't a good prosecution.
Divides up the work.
Yes. Our samples are tested in a batch system. So each analyst is assigned a particular task for the month. And then any case that requires that test during that month is performed by that individual. So often cases could need anywhere from 3 to 10 different tests to be done. And so different individuals will conduct each different test.
And for any given case or any different lab number, is there an analyst that's kind of assigned at the end of it all to digest or analyze all of the data?
Yes. When all of the testing is completed for a case, an analyst takes responsibility for that case and they will review all of the raw data that's generated by the different analysts involved. They'll review the case specific information like the police report, the documentation on the evidence itself. They'll assess the case as a whole and they'll generate a report containing their findings.
And do you receive some sort of specialized training to be part of the toxicology unit?
Yes.
And what training do you receive?
When I began working in the toxicology unit, I participated in approximately a year-long training program where I conducted literature reviews, attended lectures to learn the theory behind the testing and the testing process itself, as well as the interpretation of the results.
Okay. Can we just get to the point? Do you have a piece of paper where you're going to show? Okay, no, let's get to the defense then. Maybe we'll get some answers out of them.
The same test, but it wasn't part of your role or your.
And look at Perez Hilton, obviously had a complete breakdown, and in hindsight has been, and it took TikTok Live for anyone to pay attention. And that's why I do, because I get it. Look, before I got hurt, before I started, kind of looking into myself, I would have thought it would be impossible for someone in an immense amount of chronic pain or dealing with something very heavy emotionally or, an you know, even just a multitude of different things, I would have considered it near impossible for anyone to be able to hide it from their closest friends and family members. And and you wanna have grace for all the people on the internet who are so blessed that they've never gone through anything like this. And, it's partially coming from a place of just ignorance, and you try to give people grace. But the continued ignorance that mental health, you know, struggles can look like a smiling face, it's disheartening. It is very disheartening. And I do hope that if anything good comes out of this trial is that, it's gonna take a long time to change the medical community and establishment, whatever that looks like and however that looks like. But my deepest hope is that if there are any doctors or mental health professionals that are watching this and they realize they have maybe been going through the motions in their jobs or, just not listening and not treating people like humans. I hope this is a big wake-up call and a reminder to everyone in the medical profession. And it's easy. You guys see a bunch of people every day. I'm not saying it as a critique or a criticism, but some of you, when you put on the white coat, you lost your humanity. You forgot that you are the same as us. You've gone to school, yes, but you're at the end of the day a human, and you should recognize that we're humans, we're scared, we want answers, and it doesn't make you God. It should make you a wise, compassionate friend who wants to give counsel, give the best, information to make a good choice, even if it's a choice between shitty choice 1 and shitty choice 2. Because I think we've lost a lot of that, in my personal experience with the medical community. And, it might be a function of burnout and everything else, so I'm trying to have grace for that. But when you treat us like numbers, it might be just a bad day for you, but it might be the last attempt for one of your patients to scream for help, that you were having a rotten day or you couldn't be bothered, and that was the last start making small steps towards making things better, bringing the humanity back into medicine because science can exist. Advancement and technology can exist and be tampered by humanity and compassion.
Gotcha. Correct. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Reagan.
So the toxicology report you're familiar with was dated February 24th of 2023. Is that correct? Do you have it in front of you?
I can refer to it.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And you can keep it right there and look at it. And then it makes reference to your lab number, and then it talks about the specimens that you've indicated, which would be the toxicology blood times 4, serum plasma, you noted serum plasma, and then urine, right?
Yes.
And when you say serum plasma, what is that? Is that just a breakdown of the blood, or is it that was actual plasma that was submitted? How did that come about as opposed to the actual blood in items number 1, 2, and 3?
We received samples that were taken for medical reasons, and the sample that was initially drawn would have been blood, but the hospital would have separated the blood cells from the liquid portion of the sample prior to it being submitted to our lab. So when I received it, it was serum plasma, but it would have initially been blood.
Okay. And likewise with the urine, correct?
Yes.
And you received all of these items in indicating light blue top tube, potassium oxalate, sodium fluoride. That was just so prevent coagulation, right?
Yes.
And then looking down further, it says on the toxicology blood, you make reference to, as you indicated, the 8.8 diazepam, the nordiazepam, the oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, and you're putting down, would that be nanograms per milliliters, NG/ml?
Yes.
Okay. And it's kind of hard to follow through with that, so I'm going to approach you. This is a copy of the blood toxicology report that you're referring to, right? Sure, of course.
Yes.
And this is the tox report for Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes.
And it's making reference to incident date of January 24th of 23, correct?
Yes.
I'd offer this one.
The objection?
No.
That may be admitted.
Now, you can continue with it, yes. You then make reference to organic bases and neutrals, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean?
That refers to, so the line above that, the organic acids and neutrals and the organic bases and neutrals refer to the results from the general unknown screen, which is another screen that was performed by a different analyst.
Okay, do you know who the analyst was?
Lisa Yell.
And would that be with the Department of the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay. And as it relates to the tox report, it also notes that, what is an organic base and a neutral? Sure, of course.
Yes.
And this is the tox report for Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes.
And it's making reference to incident date of January 24th of 23, correct?
Yes.
I'd offer this one.
The objection?
No.
That may be admitted.
Now, I was shocked because I had been worried, not worried. I think it's pretty obvious that I believe that mercy and grace should be shown to Lindsay Clancy. Now, what that means and how justice looks like, whether she's in a mental hospital, whether she's in a prison right now and we don't need to punish her any more than she's already punishing herself, or what that looks like, I have no idea. But I think it's fairly transparent that I am more on the defense's read of the facts in this case. I was worried, with all that being said, that because Lindsay had taken this so quickly or had taken the cocktail of all of the medications just before she had, gone out the window, I was worried that it wasn't going to register all of the cocktail, and then it was going to give the Commonwealth another ridiculous, farcical, stupid, but dumb chance to say, "Oh, well, see, it was all another Fig Newton of her imagination. She is a grand manipulator." So I am glad that, you know, sh not glad, but we need the facts to be able to explain this to people who have never dealt with someone who can be experiencing incredibly, complex medical or mental health or even just life issues. And everything looks fine when they step out the door, but everything is chaos when they get home. And I think a lot of people, by the comments on the internet, have been blessed to never have that visit their life. But there are many, many people that have, and I think the Commonwealth's presentation of this case is doing a lot of damage, but I am glad to see so much pushback. I know that we're probably gonna get angry here soon because we haven't even gotten to psychosis looks like. Now, I don't have a unicorn headband, but, my greatest nemesis, an invisible deer in the room. Like, we haven't even gotten to the part where Mo is guaranteed to lose her mind in this case. But if I can be a source of positivity, and not toxic false positivity, but genuine, it has made me ugly cry. The amount of people that have taken that brave step forward, inspired me to come forward and try to do the unmasking thing. that have said, "Hi, I'm a mom and I struggled with postpartum depression and I locked myself in the closet to make sure my kiddos were safe." Or, "Hi, I've been struggling with such and such for years and this is bullshit." So, yeah, there are some blessed people and some people that are determined to never get it, that are always never gonna get it. But the shout and the voices and the tide that is rising of the people that are saying, "No, this is not what mental health issues look like. This is not what this is, and how dare you, use this in this way? How dare you represent mental health in this archaic caricature just to punish." It legitimately is coming off as 2 unpopular girls, coming together to, punish Lindsay for all of the things that every Regina George in their life has ever done to them. And I don't think they understand the real disservice because I get it. You don't like Lindsay. You hate her guts, but you can have compassion for the situation. You can, hell, even if you have to fake it strategically, it is more intelligent. You would possibly, like, people that are on the lock Lindsay up forever side should be furious. They are blowing this case. They are blowing it. They should fake compassion just because it is strategically, useful. Even if they have to go to the level of, creating a character, like, of a good benevolent mom that they can give compassion to, and then that, bleeds over to the first responders and Patrick Clancy and everyone that they're also, emotionally torturing by calling them up to the stand. I I don't get it. But I am glad and I am proud that so many people are standing up and saying, "Not on my watch. I will not allow this narrative to go on any longer. This is not what mental health looks like. Mental health looks like me. Mental health looks like my best friend. My mental health looks like my mom. Mental health looks like this, that, and the other. It doesn't look like an imaginary stupid unicorn in the back room."
Now, you can continue, Nicola, yes. You then make reference to organic bases and neutrals, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean?
That refers to, so the line above that, the organic acids and neutrals and the organic bases and neutrals refer to the results from the general unknown screen, which is another screen that was performed by a different analyst.
Okay, do you know who the analyst was?
Lisa Yell.
And would that be with the Department of the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay. And as it relates to the tox report, it also notes that, but what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean, though? I just don't know.
This testing procedure separates the drugs present in the sample into drugs that are more basic in nature and drugs that are more acidic in nature. This test looks for several hundred types of drugs. And so in order to customize the extraction method to target certain drugs, the sample is divided into 2 fractions.
So in other words, it gives you a broader spectrum, if you will, of the drugs that would be in the person's sample of their blood, right?
Yes.
And that detected mirtazapine, right?
Yes.
Lamotrigine, right?
Yes.
Probably mispronouncing this. Quetiapine?
Quetiapine.
Quetiapine and quetiapine metabolite, right?
Yes.
As well as trazodone, right?
Correct.
And just tell me, what is a metabolite? What does that mean? Quetiapine metabolite?
When we consume drugs, our body will break down the drug often into another molecule before it's being excreted. And sometimes our testing can detect these breakdown molecules as well. So this test detected both quetiapine as well as its breakdown product.
So there was, that would indicate that there was quetiapine that was in the blood as well as a quetiapine metabolite or a breakdown over passage of time.
Yes.
Also, just you guys check for everything. There's no alcohol detected, right?
Correct.
No amphetamines detected, right?
Correct.
There was a benzo screen that was positive, which we've already talked about, correct?
Yes.
Buprenorphine screen, none detected, right?
Yes.
Cocaine and fentanyl, none, right?
Yes.
Methamphetamines, none, correct?
Yes.
Opiates, none.
Yes.
Cannabinoids, that'd be weed, right? None.
It's an active molecule in there.
Okay. Diazepam, none.
Yes.
Nordiazepam detected.
Correct.
Oxazepam detected.
Yes.
Termazepam detected.
Yes.
Lorazepam detected, right?
Yes.
And then finally, it says organic acids and neutrals, none detected, right?
Yes.
And then you talk about, and that would be the acids. Then you talk about the actual organic bases, and it lists all of the other items that we just went through. Trazodone metabolite, for example. So you have the trazodone plus the breakdown of
Yes.
the metabolite. You have the mirtazapine as well as mirtazapine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Lamotrigine, creatine, and the creatine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Now, you would also, in your direct examination, made reference to another lab that you all work with, apparently, or that you've had occasion to work with, right?
Occasionally, we have sent samples to another lab.
Okay. Would that be NMS Labs located in Horsham, Horsham, Pennsylvania?
NMS Labs, I don't recall the location of the lab.
Okay, but you know NMS Labs.
Yes.
I mean, that's pretty well known, right?
Yes.
You guys, right? And was a sample of Lindsay's blood sent to that place as well?
Yes.
And were there results for that as a result of the examination?
I believe so.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with the report, toxicology report.
Go to sidebar.
Sure. Council, please stand by.
And again, I really need to understand the Commonwealth's thinking tree, like all of this. And the wounds support the neck and the wrist wounds. Let's steel man this for them. Those prove that it was not a wholehearted attempt. But then you move to the next step of the process, and you're like, but she did take a whole hell of a ton of chemicals and stuff that would have also been really bad. Okay, how do you excuse that? Okay, maybe she assumed that her stomach would have been pumped out at the hospital. It's a stretch, but okay, we'll still man that. She's a labor and delivery nurse. She knows that she can get her stomach pumped. Jumping with force out the window, that's where you lose me. Like, I know they're gonna claim that she did this, like, hanging hold on the side of the shingles and then slowly tried to, like, gingerly l lower herself down to the ground, but, slipped or something.
All right. Redirect.
Nothing further.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You sit down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, come on.
The Commonwealth would call Lisa Yell as the next witness.
Thank you so much.
Can you stop right here and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give is the truth and the truth, right now?
Everything's fine over here. I don't know. Again, that's why there has to be some sort of internal logic. Like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is completely fantastical, but everything that happens within the chocolate factory, you already know is going to be fantastical and magical. But, there's little explanations that, again, are fantastical and magical, but it has its own internal logic. You go into Willy Wonka's chocolate factory knowing anything could happen. But if the same things happened in a Walmart in the same story before Charlie got the chocolate bar and the golden ticket, you'd be confabulated. You'd be like, why the hell did he take a weed gummy? Like, what's going on here? There has to be, even in everything you do, there has to be an internal logic, because there will be someone out there saying, actually, this doesn't make sense.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Come on.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My name is Lisa Yell, spelled Yelle.
And what do you do for work?
I currently work at a biotech pharmacy company.
Did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab at some point?
Yes, I did.
And how long did you work for the crime lab?
For 15 years.
All right, it looks like she did the urine toxicology, not the blood toxicology.
Been described numerous times. There's a reference to metabolite, and there's 5 drugs. Doesn't mean there's 5 drugs. It could be 1 drug with a metabolite. All a metabolite means is that it's a breakdown of the same drug at some point, right?
Correct.
Like if you're smoking marijuana or something, you have carboxy-9 or whatever they call it. It can be some residue in your blood, right?
Yes, the way that,
From the breakdown.
yes.
And the lab that the council was referring to, again, would be the, is it the NMS lab? You familiar with that? NMS?
I'm familiar with the lab. That lab does exist, yes.
Yeah. And what does that mean? Do you know what NMS means? Is it like national something?
I'm not familiar with the acronym.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
All right, Como?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You step down. Thank you. Council, can I see it sidebar?
Ooh, sidebar.
All right, thank you.
Court, all rise. With the notebooks, place them on the chairs, please.
All right, we are going to. Ooh, I love getting to speed right through the talking heads. If they said anything interesting, I'd be there. And thank you, Heidel. I'm going for the Vulcan look because I have heard it is the
Whether or not the
it is the staycation look of the moment.
Your Honor, at the defendant's request, I would defer to the court as far as reading them in.
All right, do you want?
I do.
All right. All right, so members of the jury, I'm going to read you what these stipulations are. But keep in mind, you'll have these, since they've been entered as exhibits, you'll have them with you back in the deliberations, during the deliberations, all right, back in the jury room. So you'll have these, but let me just read these to you so you can kind of have this as the case is going forward, all right? So Exhibit 184 is a stipulation regarding the postmortem toxicology testing of Cora Clancy. In the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to post-mortem toxicology testing conducted for Cora Clancy. Number one, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedure, laboratory staff screen, analyze, and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. Two, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. And three, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst and processing samples associated with case number 23-01875, Cora Clancy, laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette and Natalie Law conducted screening analysis on item 1-01, which was the heart blood of Cora Clancy. B, Hannah Knowles conducted batch review analysis of screening tests conducted by Massette and Law. C, Marissa Dreyer and Seth Utter conducted further analysis on items 1-1-01. D, Emily McCall and Jacob O'Connell conducted batch review analysis of testing by Dreyer and Utter respectively. E, Tashi Washington conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And F, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible post-mortem toxicology testing. So that's the stipulation on Exhibit 184 regarding the testing related to Cora Clancy. Exhibit 185 is a stipulation regarding post-mortem toxicology testing relating to Dawson Clancy. And so, number one, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedure, laboratory staff
Okay, I thought they were going to
analyzed
give
and reviewed
out
samples submitted
the test results, and I thought they were stipulating to the test results.
processing samples associated with case number 23-0214,
Okay,
which was for calendar.
I just wanted to make sure because I do get a little uncomfortable when we skip because I know there there is important stuff, but.
All right, well, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Hi. Hummel.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Alicia Zimmerman,
Would you mind spelling your last name for the record?
Zimmermann.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And where do you work at the crime lab?
I'm in the toxicology unit.
And what's your role there?
I'm a forensic scientist too.
How long have you been with the crime lab?
Since August 2014.
And in order to work in the toxicology unit, did you receive some specialized training and education?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the Pennsylvania State University and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the Virginia Commonwealth University. I also completed the toxicology's unit training program, which included wet lab work, literature review, competency exams, and written exams.
And in your role as a forensic scientist too at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab Toxicology Unit, you're familiar with the batch review testing?
Yes.
And as part of that process of working, the workflow being in batches, is it fair to say at various points, different members of the unit are assigned to different tasks within the toxicology unit? And at some point, you might be doing work on a case where you're actually asked to author a report at the end of the testing. Is that fair to say?
Yes, if you're authorized.
And are you authorized to issue reports?
Yes.
And what kind of toxicology testing are you authorized to issue reports for?
I'm authorized for postmortem investigation.
Now, as it pertains to postmortem investigation in the toxicology unit, where do samples come from?
So the samples are submitted from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to the Evidence Control Unit in Sudbury. They then assign a unique LIMS number, it's a Laboratory Information Management System number, and a corresponding barcode to the evidence. They then transport the evidence to our unit in Maynard, and then we put the evidence into our custody, sample the evidence, and assign testing to it.
And so when a sample comes to you in a postmortem situation, that's because somebody has passed away, correct?
Correct.
And there doesn't always have to be a corresponding state police crime lab investigation.
No, our cases are separate.
So your case comes to you and gets a separate lab number from the crime lab.
Correct.
And it also is tracked by a lab number or a case number from the medical examiner's office, correct? And so when you receive in the postmortem toxicology samples, do you sometimes receive blood?
Yes.
At times, do you also receive urine samples?
Yes.
What types of screening tests does the postmortem toxicology testing, what are the screening tests used in those instances, or those cases, I should say?
So every case that we receive gets 3 preliminary screening tests. The first one is a volatile analysis. The second one is an 8-panel of commonly abused drugs by enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, also known as ELISA. And then the third thing we do is a general unknown screen by gas chromatography mass spectrometry, and that looks for illicit and pharmaceutical drugs.
Now, in a circumstance where the decedent or the person who died is a child, there are additional screens that can be done?
Yes.
And what's the additional screen in a child case?
If the decedent is equal to or less than, less than or equal to 11 years old, we also perform an ELISA pediatric panel, a general unknown screen for acidic and neutral drugs, and a vitreous chemistry analysis.
Now, in cases where your unit receives these samples from the medical examiner and a screening test is done, if no substance is detected in either of those 3 screens, or if in a pediatric case, that 4th screen, what happens?
No further testing is performed.
And so if you are the reporting analyst in those cases, you would simply note none detected?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to a case that was submitted by the medical examiner in January of 2023. I think your unit might have reviewed the evidence in February of 2023. Are you familiar with the case involving 3 different postmortem toxicology testing, but all related?
They are 3 separate reports.
Right, but you're aware that the children that were the subjects were related?
Yeah.
Also, again, I know I'm weird with tonal qualities, but get the smile out of your voice, for F's sake, Commonwealth. You can have a dignified, commanding and way of delivering that doesn't have to sound like you're getting kind of, you have just a little bit of a smile in your voice. See, and I was going for Vulcan. Live long and prosper. I need to get the ears.
So just referring to first, what's identified as the state police lab number 23-2141 involving the decedent Callan Clancy. You recall receiving several items in the postmortem toxicology unit to test?
Yes.
And it included toxicology blood that was taken from the Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth, right? Is that correct? As well as blood that was collected from the Children's Hospital in Boston?
Yes.
and urine also collected from the Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth.
Yes.
And were screens done on the samples, namely the blood from BID Plymouth, the urine from BID Plymouth, and the blood from Children's Hospital?
Yes.
Were any substances detected on those 3 screens and the pediatric screen that you've just described to the jury?
No, they were not.
And as far as the next case, which would be laboratory number 23-01875, the decedent being Cora Clancy, you received some heart blood from the medical examiner's office post-mortem, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that, were those screening tests conducted in this case for Cora?
Yes.
And were there any substances detected?
No, we did not detect anything.
And as far as laboratory number 23-01874, which is the decedent Dawson Clancy, your unit received an item 1-101 of heart blood from Dawson Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And that was also post-mortem?
Yes.
And were those screening tests, those same 3 tests plus the pediatric tests run for Dawson?
Correct.
Were any substances detected?
No, they were not.
And so where in each one of these 3 separate cases there was no detection of any substances, did you do anything further other than issue a report saying none detected?
No. I reviewed the data and then I issued the report with the undetected results.
There had been any positive findings, additional testing would have been conducted, correct?
Yes, if we receive a positive screen, we will either perform confirmatory analysis or quantitative analysis, depending on the testing.
And just as it pertains to these 3 cases, the samples received for Callan Clancy, why did they come from a different source than the other 2?
So the medical examiner sends us the samples. If the decedent is in the hospital prior to the autopsy, they will typically send us those hospital samples as well. They prefer to have the hospital samples tested because that date and time is usually prior to the decedent's death, and we can sometimes determine what sort of drugs or poisons may have been in that decedent's body prior to their death and before drugs may have been given at the hospital.
And once these tests are conducted in the postmortem toxicology unit, the results, where are they sent to?
They are sent to the medical examiner to go with their report.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Attorney Reddington. Questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth Sherry Crook.
Sisters, sisters, never were there such devoted sisters. It's gone from a trio to a quartet. I have said it before. Was there a mold that civil service women or civil service workers in Massachusetts are made from? Ooh, a Kate Spade bag.
Stop right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Or is that Michael Kors? I don't know. But I know it's one of them fancy ones that you have to spend money on.
Thank you. You may have a seat, ma'am.
Watch yourself, please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record? Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Crook, Sherri, last name Crook.
What do you do for work?
I'm a supervisor in the crime scene response unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in Lakeville.
Good Lord. More crime scene? I believe we had stipulated to this.
Is a deposit of blood on a surface.
And what would be a bloodstain pattern?
A bloodstain pattern is stains on the surface by which we look at it and identify how it was created.
So could you describe for us what blood?
Now, blood stain or blood pattern analysis and a lot of these kind of softer forensic sciences have become or have come under question because they are so subjective, and it requires a lot of kind of looking at things and reading things, and it's not always as replicable. So I do foresee in the next several years that some of these things like blood spatter analysis and things like that might be given more rigorous scrutiny by defenses and state courts.
Bloodstain pattern analysis is?
So bloodstain pattern analysis is the examination of bloodstains and bloodstain patterns by which that they are deposited on a surface. We can give information about.
Okay, are you going to get into that, or are you going to keep explaining?
A passive act
And the target is the floor? So yes, it'd be a pass.
All right, yeah, I can't anymore. Let's let the defense destroy her. I just want to give that caveat that she could and this was also all things that could be stipulated to, and my channel is never gonna be, not that I'm judging, some people seem to be fans of that particular genre of true crime, it's not my jam. We know what happened, we know she bled. I'm not gonna listen to this woman pontificate on how it was totally fake. Um, is the defense ever coming
Of this area. So similar to the stain that was on the inside of the window on the windowsill, this stain on the outside didn't give me enough information to say the size or shape. So the only thing I could come to the conclusion was that it was a transfer stain. So some sort of bloody object coming in contact.
And this is where I have a problem because, yes, a lot of these things are just direct observational things. But if we took two experts with the same training, they will come up with slightly different explanations for all of the blood pattern. And in a science, it needs to be replicable. It needs to be fairly replicable, across all experts if it's really going to be considered, to take someone's freedom away. So I'm not denigrating all of the science that has gone in and training that has gone into her getting all of this information, but I do think that there are going to be more questions about this being a science or more ballistics kind of like we can include it, we can't exclude it. Because I do think there are going to be challenges to this in the coming years.
With a surface causing the transfer of that blood.
And are you able to tell the direction of that blood or how it was applied or anything like that?
There's not enough information in that stain to give that conclusion.
So basically all you can tell us is that something with blood on it touched that windowsill and left blood, something with a red-brown stain on it touched that windowsill and left a red-brown stain.
Correct.
And I'd like to posit the radical and ridiculous theory that maybe Lindsay pushed the frame out as she was actively bleeding and, like a normal human, kind of rested her hands on the seal as she was contemplating, leading to those stains. Now, I'm no Columbo. Oh, wait. But I can be. Where is it? I have no idea where I put my mustache. That is a sentence that one doesn't often say, but I do. But one doesn't have to be Columbo to make these, completely. I have extras. One doesn't have to be, Sherlock Holmes to come up with these perfectly reasonable, scenarios as to how the blood got there beyond her doing this weird Spider-Man like leaping, climbing thing on the side of her wall. I mean, call me crazy. No, I probably am not. Look, the sad thing is I am officially Wednesday's voice of reason on the internet. I take my job seriously, but it's still the internet. And the fact that I have to be the voice of reason on this and posit these absolutely logical ideas. Or she opened the window and rested her palms on there. I mean, Commonwealth, make it make sense to me because it's not making sense to anyone.
Please could have E18 marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
And then showing you what's previously been marked as exhibit 108. The top of the first floor windowsill. Did you examine those red brown stains?
I did not.
I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just a couple of questions. You are, is it correct, you're a trained scientist? Is that what you're referred to? Or
I'm classified as a forensic scientist at the supervisory level.
okay. And Maureen Hartnett would be classified as what?
She's a forensic scientist as well. The step below me, forensic scientist 2.
Okay. And is she the one that does testing on objects or items or substances to see if they're a particular, for example, blood?
She does do that. She is also trained in documentation of blood stains. So generally, that's why we do a lot of our examination through photos. So a forensic scientist 2 could be at the scene, do all of the documentation, make sure the photos are taken, and then those are examined back at the laboratory by in our case in Massachusetts, it's all supervisors in the crime scene response unit that do blood stain pattern analysis. We are also all trained in the identification of those biological fluids, doing a screening test as well as a confirmatory test for blood.
I don't want to be referred to as grumpy, but I'm just going to ask if you can just kind of keep your answers down a little bit to like maybe a yes and a sentence after that.
Look, I don't want to go full Bronca, ma'am. I don't want to go full Bronca, ma'am, but I am going to have to put you on a word limit. I love him. Like, look, it's the end of the day. I'm tired, and you are basically testifying to the scientific equivalent of telling me my horoscope. So, look, I'm gonna try to be as nice as I can, but let's be real.
Okay.
Okay. So when you go to a crime scene, you're usually with a team. In other words, like Maureen Hatton might be there, right?
Correct.
And other state troopers might be there searching the area, right?
Correct.
And one of the things that you are doing is relying, if you will, on your associates or other people that are working that particular crime scene to do appropriate and adequate testing of substances, right?
Correct.
So, for example, and again, when you're investigating on a murder case and you're dealing with substances that are deposited, for example, in that bedroom, the massive bedroom, it's not appropriate, if you will, to speculate that something is blood, and that's why it's referred to as a red-brown stain, right?
Correct. We use...
But your experience is such that you have a wealth of knowledge as to the ability to draw an inference as to what it might be, right?
We're not able to look at a red-brown stain and call it blood. We call it by adjectives, so it would be deemed as a red-brown stain. We have to wait until we do a confirmatory test to say whether we call it human blood or not.
So when you say a confirmatory test, you're referring to the fact that you have a screening test you can do that initially would determine if it's possibly blood, right?
Correct.
Then it goes to the next phase, which would be a confirmatory test, which Ms. Hartnett would do, right?
Correct.
And then you go to the determination as to whether it's animal or human. It might be a primate blood, but it could be a human blood, and then you determine that it's human blood, right?
The next step after Maureen is actual DNA, so it will tell you whether it's human or not human and whose blood it actually is.
Okay. So we know that there was a transfer of stain from the inside of the house, if you will, onto that ledge on the right-hand side of the window, right?
I believe it was on the left-hand side.
Oh, yes, yes, please do mirroring. I know it sounds dumb, but sometimes my brain will not process unless I'm like acting out what the person is saying. So it can look like mockery. And yes, I do put it to 11 sometimes, but it does help me process what they're trying to explain to me. So if you see me like, okay, so they went to the car, it's honestly, it helps me. So if you're in there doing the ledge thing yourself, I'm right there with you because sometimes just using my own body to try to mime it out kind of makes it make more sense to me than the attorneys are doing. So I appreciate that he's doing that because it's kind of one of the go-to things I do, since I don't know where my wooden bendy men are right now. I'm not accusing Baker of taking them, but I'm kind of accusing Baker of taking them because we need more internet drama llama of the fun variety.
Okay, so as you're looking out the window, it's your understanding that the smudge, if you will, that was on that window is on the left-hand side?
I believe so.
Now, I would never be confident about my left and my right. You guys, I am genuinely glad I found my wedding ring. So I I know my left from my right because if you are dyslexic, both of these could be L. It doesn't work. It really doesn't. So, I got married, so I know my left from my right. True story.
Looking at Exhibit 106, that shows this first floor window, right?
Correct.
And then farther up, it shows the second floor window, right?
Correct.
So if one was standing on the inside of the master bedroom and leaned on it with blood on their hand or red substance, it would be on the right-hand side of that ledge on the window, right?
Correct. The one on the outside was on the right-hand side. The one on the inside, I believe, was on the left-hand side.
Now, you know that that was not tested, right?
I don't know if it was tested.
Right, you don't know what it is, right?
I called it a red-brown stain.
But the bottom line is, in your experience, looking at that bedroom with all of what you determined in the investigation to be blood, the inference that you would draw is that that's blood from
Yeah.
somebody's hand, right?
Correct. And that is what is stated in my report. We infer that it is blood that we are examining.
Okay. So it shows in Exhibit 105, the same window with a little hornet.
This is not at all appropriate, but it does perfectly encapsulate, the internet is not always the best place to be, but sometimes memes come around just when you need them. They really do. And I'm not saying that this is actual, footage of the Massachusetts healthcare system helping Lindsay, but I'm beginning to feel like it is. And I really hope that that person is okay. But actual footage of Massachusetts coming to help Lindsay. Alrighty, enough fun. Let's get through and on to current day, Mo. Enough of that.
Ball or that substance that was injected, like insulation, is what I think you described it. That also has red-brown substance on it, correct?
I don't know from that picture. I only looked at the stain that was on the windowsill.
Right. Did you look at at all that object? 'Cause-
I did not. Just
Okay. Would you agree that underneath that window would be the two equidistant, if you will, red-brown stains on the shingles, right?
correct.
And that would be an object or something that has blood, or you don't know if it's blood, a red-brown stain on hands or something that was a transfer onto that side of the house, right?
Correct.
Other areas of the bedroom, for example, counsel showed you the door coming into the bedroom and there were two drop marks of the red-brown stains. Those were never even tested. I'm just saying, this is a murder case. It was never tested, right? You're assuming fairly that would be blood, right?
I don't know whether they were tested, but I deemed those that they were blood in my examination.
And blood on the doorknob itself, too, so that from the inside of the bedroom going up, right?
The windowsill?
No, the doorknob.
I don't know of any red brown stains on the doorknob.
Now, the knife, photograph of the knife, and I know you recall that, that has that linear stain that you referred to, that you were able to observe, correct?
Correct.
And looking at Exhibit 162, that would show
You win some, you lose some. The facts of life. The facts of life.
the left side that you were referring to as to the red marks or the blood, if you will, on the window, right?
Correct. That was the left side interior of the window that I
I
examined.
stand corrected when I say, I was talking about the other side, but it's in both. It's on the right hand and the other side.
Correct.
So that would be, again, drawing an inference, would be somewhat conceivable with a person with blood on their hands leaning on the window. This portion of the hand out here, this portion of the hand on the inside, leaving the transfer, right?
A hand or some sort of bloody object, yes.
It was the one-armed man. Kimball, I don't care. Yeah, any reasonable person is going to think, yeah, she leaned out the window. She was contemplating. And then the rest of the things that we know happened. This is reasonable. Now, the Commonwealth has decided to go full on plaid, Um, if you are a Spaceballs fan, you understand, and decide that she Spider-Man leaped out of the window, then did a hanging sort of wall crawl, then tried to gingerly do like a backflip and land like Storm in an X-Men movie. But it being snowy tripped her up a bit.
And the knife also has the transfer that you can see. Now, is that coagulated blood, you know?
In which area?
But with a knife, I mean, you see that linear line? It almost looks like the knife was put down with blood on it, and then it coagulated, or it got sticky, I guess, and then it was moved again. Is that?
So I wouldn't call it coagulation. So if you're referring to these
Yes,
areas
the
right
linear
here,
line, yeah.
those were red-brown circular stains that were actually on top of the linear. I could not determine what they came from, so I did not give them any sort of
Okay.
bloodstain pattern.
And this is why I really think that we are going to see a lot more objections to the validity of blood stain or blood pattern analysis as an actual science. And I don't mean that there isn't a world where, some of the knowledge we've learned uh, in this, field of study couldn't be applied, but I don't think that, again, it's too subjective. Another, another blood pattern analysis person, would they come in and see a completely different thing? Would they be willing to say that the Spider-Man, casual hang on the windowsill was right? It's it's beyond comprehension, and that is why if you're new here and you're wondering why we're skipping through most of the Commonwealth, my brain simply won't allow the illogic anymore. So and we're trying to catch up to current day, so we're getting what we need to from the defense, and I am skimming through and speed reading the closed captions as we, go through the state, and if I find anything interesting, we'll stop. But up to this point, we haven't really come across anything that's worth stopping on the Commonwealth's point of view for.
Terminology, but they were on top of the linear line.
All right, and you would agree with me that one of the inferences that would possibly be drawn is that something banged into it or moved it, one or the other.
Yes, correct, to get that original linear line and then for the knife to be in a different position.
Now, the photograph in Exhibit 45 is the mirror.
Correct.
And then you were referring to the drip marks on the mirror. I'm going to probably get again, but there we go.
So I referred to them either as drip stains or spatter stains because I was not able.
That would be consistent with some type of a violent movement, would it not? I mean, if the person's cutting their throat, for example, and then cast off onto the mirror, or leaning, I guess you'd say at an angle.
So it would be either due to gravity or due to blood in flight. So a force applied, sending that blood to land on there, or drip due to gravity.
And blood in flight, the inference would be that it's cast off, if you will, from the knife, going in a particular direction towards the mirror, right?
It would be a spatter stain coming off of any sort of blood source, whether it be the tip of a knife, a cut on the hand, something in flight.
Go ahead, Rhonda, thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you. So you were asked about the documentation and collection of samples of red brown stains at a scene, and that there is an initial test done at the scene typically to determine if it might be blood, correct?
Correct.
And we had to test that?
We do a screening test called the Kastle-Meyer test. So it identifies possible blood. It does not identify whether it's human or animal, though.
And when that test is
So what? Now we're saying that what, a squirrel kamikazed into the house and it could be squirrel blood? All right, we're going to current day. Dear Lord. Now, guessing from the reactions of the Twitterverse, the Commonwealth continues in their cahoontery. It remains unabated, and it is apparently in an acute stage. All right, you guys, let's get into this. Now we are on the current day morning session. Let's see where this goes. Oh, they will do 3 gavel, smacks and then a 4th one just to make all of those of us who hate loud noises completely terrified. You have been warned. Unless they're not doing it this time. I'm fully okay with that. Thank you. Yes. Oh, I am here for done with the prosecution. Okay, I don't fear the Grim Reaper. I fear Lady Elaine Fairchild. Like if you ever need to like do like the cross isn't going to hurt me because as awful as you think I am, God's okay with me. Uh but you put a Lady Elaine Fairchild puppet in front of me, melting. Just I'm throwing it out there. I fear nothing except a Lady Elaine Fairchild puppet. Yeah, and they were so red. They were so red and her nose was so big. Look, here's the real reason I hated Lady Elaine Fairchild. Lady Elaine Fairchild has every single thing going on in her face that I am not supposed to say out loud. She has a giant nose. She has weird cheeks. She looks like the human embodiment of an evil witch. Um, she looks like a massively heavily drinking alcoholic. She's constantly yelling at her husband. Like, there are so many things that I'm not supposed to notice about a Lady Elaine Fairchild that she scares me because I know if I say anything to her, it's gonna be like, "You are the most terrifying human being I've ever seen in my entire life." Also, do you realize you have a giant nose? You look like you're a chronic alcoholic. One of your eyebrows is just a centimeter taller than the other one, and you smell like cat. That is the true reason I'm afraid of Lady Elaine Fairchild. I would have gotten so grounded had I said all those things at once to Mr. Rogers' best friend.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Plymouth Superior Court, now sitting within 40 Como.
Hey, y'all Christians. If you don't know me, there are a couple Moisms that we follow, and one of them being blessed be the closed captions, for from them all hilarity flow. Let me move the closed captions
Hey,
upward.
all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Plymouth Superior Court, now sitting within 40 Como. On the 8 of your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, please.
Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury.
Every time. Okay, do you see why we run on our own schedule? The entire introduction of this case every day is an assault on all of my senses. We have the 3 gavel, snaps that I always remember, but that 4th one that I never remember that always terrifies me. So I'm like, and then I haven't even recovered from that neurological trauma when Pee Wee Herman's wife starts talking.
trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning again. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you those questions again, and then go over the schedule. Forget we are not, or you are not, sitting this afternoon, okay? And that's not going to change, so you can count on that. So let me ask you at this point, is any member of the jury read, seen, or heard?
Now, it does seem I am not sure, and, free the First Amendment. I haven't done any digging. I do know that, Lindsay or that Patrick's, mother, was also a labor and delivery nurse and attempted to get her into, a good care program that she was aware of. That wasn't a particularly good fit because of the kind of severity of Lindsay's issues, but I don't think that they have publicly spoken out against her. But I haven't delved into the family, as much because it always feels a bit ick to me. So I guess the long and short of that is I have no idea, but I don't think that they are against her. But I don't know if they're in a place where they can sit in the trial every day and support her that way.
Heard or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Great. Thank you again for following those instructions. And what we're going to do is we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And like I said, we are not going to be, you're not going to be sitting this afternoon. The plan, and I'll double check when we get to that point, would be to return tomorrow at 9 o'clock and pretty much relatively full day tomorrow and probably Friday as well. But I'll double check as we go through that. All right. And I'll let you know as soon as I can if there's any changes to that schedule. So with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth to call their next witness. Commonwealth.
Thank you. The Commonwealth calls Etan Negri.
I have noticed that so many of the Commonwealth's witnesses that I can't tag directly as working for the state come in so reluctantly, and this man more so than most of the kind of reluctant witnesses, it seems extremely reluctant to be there on behalf of the Commonwealth.
You stop right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give which you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending before the Commonwealth and the defendant the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I just ask you to speak into that microphone.
Sure.
All right. All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Etan, last name is Negri.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
Eitan.
And your last?
What in the unholy closet of Nellie Olson, madam? Why? Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out where I put my other mustache. This is getting confusing. Welcome to life with a scatter brain, because I know where I do a lot of things, but where I put my other mustache, no idea. I hesitate on the mustache with him only because just seeing him walk in and the way he's presenting on the stand, it looks like he doesn't want to be here. And there's a certain code of ethics as a self-appointed bitch bringer downer. And that's that we don't use our powers on people that already look like they're having a rough time. But we will be making fun of we will be roasting the hell out of the bun. So it's not like we're not gonna get the sarcasm and sass. We just we never punch down, and I have a feeling just just on the way he walked in that it might be, and I don't wanna do that.
Last name.
Negri.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a physician associate, physician assistant.
And did you go to school for that?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your educational background?
I did my undergraduate at City College in New York, and I did a post-bac at Brooklyn College, followed by a PA program at Torrey University in Manhattan.
And do you currently work as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And do you currently work in the state of Massachusetts?
No, ma'am.
Are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you licensed in any other states?
New York State.
I'm going to go back to January of 2023. Were you working in Massachusetts then?
Yes.
And where were you working?
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And were you in that same role as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And what were you doing? What were your general duties in that role working at Brigham and Women's?
Okay, no, we're stopping. We're okay. Where are we going with this, Commonwealth?
I received the information from the shift before me, formulated a plan, examined her, assessed her, staffed that plan with the attending physician, and executed that plan throughout the day.
And fair to say this particular patient had injuries that you were directed to observe, review, form that plan on.
Correct.
What were the injuries?
She had multiple injuries. The most acute were injuries that were requiring consultation with other services, and the ones that I directly.
And here's the thing. Look, I have bingo wings. Everyone has parts of their body that no matter how confident or attractive or anything, everyone has parts of their bodies they're not, proud of. And I am sure that, it has been a big issue for her, dealing with the thinning hair. But she has picked the entirely wrong haircut, the entirely wrong accessory to highlight the bald spot, and then she has compounded all of this, which I would usually expend effort to not notice by being a cahoot without human compassion. So, gloves off.
Managed were the lacerations to her wrists and just her wrists, actually.
And as far as when you say she had other acute injuries, you were not involved in the care of her for those, correct?
I was involved in the care that involved consulting other services to manage those things, yes.
Okay, and as far as any sort of repair work that you were doing as a physician's assistant working with the trauma surgeons.
And also, Commonwealth, I just like you, again, in the random tangent and the time continuum that you stumble upon my channel and haven't immediately turned it off. Thanks for giving me a chance. I want to point out in that last little segment, that last little tangent, I was able to extend more human compassion to you. I can have compassion for the woman that looks in the mirror and is devastated by what she sees and, has to still go out in the world and, has picked bows as her armor. I can sympathize and empathize with that woman. What I can't do is then sympathize and empathize with that woman having absolutely no sympathy and empathy, even if she has to narcissistically pull from her own struggles to have any sort of empathy. So, food for thought, if you're past here, because usually I don't have snark without wisdom. It's kind of a dual service I offer. But food for thought. In less than 2 minutes, I was able to, empathize and sympathize with you and offer, human compassion for the situation you are in, even if I greatly and completely disagree with your professionalism and the way you are handling this trial. I can have empathy for you. Why is it so damn hard for you to extend that to Lindsay, even if you have to fake it?
What repair work were you assigned to do?
Laceration repair.
And on this particular patient, where were the injuries or lacerations that you were going to repair?
She had multiple lacerations on both of her wrists. She had superficial on her neck, which I did not repair.
Okay. And as it pertained to the wrists, did you go through that process of observing, reviewing, coming up with a plan, and then repairing those injuries?
Yes.
And were you directed to do that by any particular doctor?
Not necessarily directed. A lot of those things fall within my scope. And since they were less acute, they kind of fell down the chain to me.
Okay. And you're aware that she was being seen and treated by a host of other doctors, nurses, an entire team?
It's a skill I've had to learn and focus on many years because it's much easier for me to lash out. But with time comes the realization that most of the time people are lashing out at me because something else is bothering them. And so I've come to have a lot more compassion and perspective and try to temper humor and snark because everyone is capable of redemption. You know, even the person that you think is incapable. I have had many times in my life where people in and around me would probably think I was incapable of receiving a lot of the blessings that I have in my life because of my attitude. And it took, people kind of being snarky, but then coming back, doing the little doop, but then coming back with the constructive, this is how you change this. And whether that came from a verbal sort of doot, and then here's some tough love. I've always appreciated that because, it takes a certain amount of courage to come up with someone you like or you respect and say, "Hey, you're kind of screwing up here a bit." Because that's not always received well. But then to do all that and maybe receive a not so great answer and follow it up with compassion, those have been some of the greatest people I've ever met have extended and offered that kind of, experience to me. Um, so I'm trying to pay it forward because it's a really, really awesome gift to receive. But it's also a really awesome gift to give too, uh, if you do it correctly.
Yes.
As it pertains to the wrist injuries, what did you do to examine those areas?
The first thing I do is assess the location. Then I assess the severity, whether it requires intervention by someone other than myself. In this instance, it did not. So then I proceed with just kind of protocol laceration repair.
When would it be a situation where you'd need somebody else to intervene?
If it required surgical intervention or suturing repair beyond my skill set, in this instance, it did not.
Okay. And so referring to these particular injuries, when you observed them, did you observe any areas of active bleeding?
No.
And fair to say they had been treated by nurses and other staff prior to you encountering these injuries, correct?
Yes, they were dressed and covered before I got there.
Now, when you assessed them, you noted that they were bilateral, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means on both sides of the body, so both wrists.
Okay. And so referring to the right wrist.
Okay, I can't with her. And again, it's the continued. I am not gonna deign this argument with respect anymore. The wrists are not the focal point of this. It feels like this is becoming the house long to die in cold. Like the thing that look, I get for the conspiracy theorists and everything else that the house long to die in cold was integral. But just did she hit him with a car, which the science says no? House long to die in cold took up 733 weeks of the trial. I feel like this is the house long to die in cold, these particular wounds. And come on, I need you to be done with the Commonwealth. I need you to be the human avatar of my discontent.
I agree, yes, sir.
And you're not a doctor, you're a physician assistant, is that what it is?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And how long had you worked for Brigham and Women's prior to seeing Lindsay Clancy that on January 24, 23?
I believe I was in my second year of employment with Brigham and Women's.
Okay, and you got to keep your voice up because people back here have to be able to hear you too,
I
okay?
believe I was in my second year of employment at Brigham and Women's.
You're not suggesting for 1 minute that after you did your butterfly stitches, Lindsay could have got up and walked out the door of the hospital, right?
No, sir.
And would you agree with me that, in fact, she was critically ill when you saw her, right?
Yes, sir.
And she certainly wasn't critically ill from COVID or a flu or something like that, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You know that there are notes that are prepared for the records from the hospital. For example, on January 24, 2023, hospital admission form is filled out. Do you know a Dr. Jeffrey Andrew Anderson?
Yes.
And he was, what was his position that night?
He was one of the trauma surgeons and also one of the intensivists, the attending physicians in the ICU.
All right. And you've had a chance to review a number of records and photographs with the DAs, I imagine, right?
I've reviewed my own procedure note.
Okay, so what does that mean?
It means I reviewed the note that I wrote myself regarding the laceration repairs.
Okay, is that the note that indicates that it appears as though that, for example, on the right upper extremity, there's a 3.5 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect?
Now, 3 centimeters, this is a good. So again, if you're new here, the Commonwealth is playing a bit of a sleight of hand. Now we've seen it with Hank Brennan as well, but so I think it's an upper aspect. So I'm just using the upper bit of my arm. But what they're saying, and in medical terms, the cuts were superficial. They only went through the top layer of the skin into the fat. But they didn't get into the muscle layer or the tendons. But that is still a deep. This is still something that's probably going to require a couple butterfly stitches or, a tension bandage that's going to keep those pieces of skin together. So what the Commonwealth has been constantly doing, and we saw this with Hank Brennan in the Karen Reed trial, is the use of superficial is very different in a medical sense than it is in the common parlance that we kind of just use with each other. So now they have stated it in this, but I do like that the defense attorney is really pointing out that there is a difference between superficial, the way you or I would say it, versus the way it would be documented in medical literature or medical chart notes.
Back to the wrist?
I don't believe that I commented saying volar specifically, so I don't know if that's in regards to my note, but I believe my note did say about 3 centimeters deep, yes.
Okay, so do you recall indicating in your note that it was superficial laceration, or did you indicate that it was a deep laceration?
I indicated that some of them were superficial and
Sorry. Allow me to put the court back on the screen. Not that I'm not an egotist. Well,
the one that I repaired in particular was 3
Squirrel.
centimeters deep.
And you've had occasion to speak to the prosecutors on this case, and they've asked you about the superficial injury to her wrist, right?
Correct.
In addition to the, as indicated on page 75 of the Brigham and Women's Hospital record that I have, and we can fix that with other records if it doesn't coincide, there's a note from Dr. Anderson that the right upper extremity, 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, volar aspect of the wrist. Left upper extremity, 2 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you were able to, as you say, clean it up with saline or whatever, and then you stitched up what you had to stitch up, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything to do with the massive transfusion that she had?
No, sir.
Do you have anything to do with the treatment of the transected spine that she had, the shattered spine?
No, sir.
Do you have anything whatsoever to do with the insertion of tubes on both sides of her body and the draining of the blood that had pooled in her middle cavity?
Just the management of those tubes after, but not the placement.
Okay. So you were there while that was done?
I was there managing once they had been placed, but I was not there for the placement of them.
Okay,
no.
but you knew that they were in there, that they were draining the blood. Okay.
Yes.
And do you know where the blood came from that was in her middle extremity?
I don't know specifically. I'd have to.
What's a middle extremity? Do you mean her torso? I have to go back because I've never heard the torso described as the middle extremity.
That was in her middle extremity?
I don't know specifically. I'd have to refer back to the imaging reports.
In any event, you know that shortly thereafter she coded, right?
Yes.
Were you there for that?
No, sir.
And basically, that means that the patient has, in effect, died from cardiac arrest, right?
Not necessarily died, but their heart has stopped beating for that.
And then there's the crash teams and everybody hopefully revives the person, right?
Correct.
And you guys did that, or they did, and they were successful reviving her, correct? So without going through everything, you'd agree with me, sir, that your observations would be of the wrist, the repair, and the taking care of the tubes after they were inserted into both sides of her chest.
That's correct.
And that was your involvement extended, correct? You're all done after
I was involved in the ongoing management of her care throughout the day, but just as you stated, not the things that you asked me about.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
I'd offer these.
They're part of the record. And
Yeah,
they're
I
written.
like that about this.
I would object if we could approach.
I don't want to have a jury having to go through 10.
No, I know that. Listen, you want to mark them for identification, and then we can address that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I may just with a few questions.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Negri, I'm just going to approach and show you.
Hold on a second. Is that my? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Just show you a page from the records that's labeled. Brigham and Women's, page 76. You can hold it in.
Specifically, this highlighted area?
Yeah, I would direct your attention to the bottom paragraph where it says exam.
All right, pause. Commonwealth, you're not doing anything important, and I desperately want to check something out. Oh, this is, ta-da. No, maybe. All righty. No, wrong one. Keep picking the wrong one. Extensions. Draw on page. Yes, pin. Okay. All right. I was wanting to see if she would look good because I think if she let her natural curl, and it would be much bouncier if she cut off some of the length. I think a long bob right here, because then she could still pull it back. I think that's her comfort zone. But then it would basically be a loosely structured Marsha Clark. But I think that would be attractive on her. I think it would soften her up. This is a very severe look. Also, ma'am, go find a suit that fits you and a bra that supports and lifts you.
That's not your note from the record, correct?
Correct.
And when it's noted that the right upper extremity, left upper extremity has 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, 2 centimeter deep laceration, deep in the medical notes is not a adjective of it, correct? It's more of a directionality of.
Again, for the amount of seriousness that I give this argument anymore. Well, gee, Larry, it was only a flesh wound and you had time to whiten your teeth, didn't you? The amount of time the Commonwealth is trying to get this skull to be a functional human being, ignoring the multitude of problem by focusing on the fact that their teeth are white. I mean, this is literally what we are being sold right now. I feel like I'm in crazy town, but I do also get an opportunity to hold a skull on screen, so I am doing it more and more often. But it does make a good illustrative point in just the insanity of this case that the logic, the same logic the Commonwealth is using is that your teeth are white and straight, you're obviously healthy, he's faking his skeletal appearance. I mean, I feel like we've had crazy pills.
The injury.
It's a description of, yeah, basically an objective unit of measure.
But when we say deep, it means that it goes down into the skin as opposed to across
It
the
doesn't matter
skin.
what we say, it's what the record says.
I understand, but just, you could ask that question again.
As far as
So when I say stab, what I really mean is a vertical insertion of a knife to a depth, but, like, it's 'tis a flesh wound. Are we really right now, in the year of our Lord, 2026, arguing about the depth of a knife wound when we know she had an exploded spine? Someone make this make sense to me. Someone make this make sense to me. I need the Commonwealth to come to the front of the congregation. I have officially utilized all my credits for logic and explanation of insanity for this month, and we're only on day 5. So someone explain this to me.
your assessment of injuries, deep goes down in the skin as opposed to across the skin.
Correct.
Okay. And as far as Dr. Anderson goes,
and not across.
you knew that him to be one of the attendings and a trauma surgeon in this case. Were you aware that on January 24th, he had examined these injuries and indicated they did not require repair at that time?
I don't recall specifically. I'm sorry.
But you came in to repair these on January 25th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything on that?
Oh, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. You're all set.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You can have a seat.
Step, please.
All right, good morning, sir. All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
It's Nicholas Roberts.
And where do you currently work?
I work for a company called Thermo Fisher.
What is that? What do they do?
They sell plenty of laboratory-based products, including refrigeration. They sell solvents. They do instruments as well.
Prior to working for that company, did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I did.
In what unit did you work for the crime lab?
I was in the toxicology unit.
How long did you work for the crime lab?
For about 9 years.
And in working for the crime lab, what kind of training and experience did you have to work in the toxicology unit?
Lip smacking, lip smacking. Stop lip smacking everyone on the Eastern Seaboard.
Did you have training and experience on interpreting those levels?
We usually get training on the effects of the drugs. It's hard to say with some drugs.
Stinger bell. I have to go through. I do have an Amazon order that I'm intending to put in this afternoon to get it by at least tomorrow or Friday. But yes, a giant tacky bun is on its bow is on its way.
As well as some people, what one level might mean for one person, it might differ, and you have different effects on another.
Okay, and fair to say that's a limitation of just reviewing blood and not knowing anything else about a case, right?
Yes.
Oh, the lip smack.
At the tox.
All right, nope, we can't. I thought we were gonna be able to do, like, a normal streaming trial, like Commonwealth defense, Commonwealth defense. But these 2 are just damned determined to kill me with lip smacks, and I will not be party to my own, you know, hurting. Why? Why did you think this was a good idea? Lollipop, lollipop, ooh, lolly, 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 lollipop. She looks like she's 12. I expect her to be telling me I expect her to go on in this is the honest to God truth, and I am terrified that I'm even gonna do this, but I am expecting her to go into a Disney adult one of those little TikToks like, "Hi, my name is Brittany, I'm 42, and and I love Esmeralda. I'm a Disney adult." Like, I just imagine her being a Disney adult, and I don't that's, like, one of the most awful things you can be. Look, if it's your jam, it's your jam. Don't go into debt going to Disney. I don't know what to do with that. Um, but I am terrified she's gonna try start talking to me about High School Musical.
I tell you that your report was previously entered as Exhibit 183. Have you had the opportunity to review your report before coming today?
Yes.
And so the lab number that we've been referring to, you're aware that the person associated with that lab number was actually a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the testing that was
She is built like a, East Idaho, she does have a good Mennonite body. I mean, can you imagine how many barns she can put up single-handedly? She's not only a wife, she can help you with a back 40. Okay, that was a bit mean. All right. Look, she and him keep lip smacking. It's entrapment, Your Honor.
done, you receive results to the positive benzodiazepines in the screen, and then it was confirmed, correct?
Correct.
How many benzodiazepines were present?
There were at least 4 or 5.
Okay. And were you able to get concentration levels from the blood samples after that screen and the confirmatory tests?
Yes.
And again, already in evidence, but the toxicology report for item 10-101 on the blood with those benzodiazepines, there's diazepam, correct?
Yes.
Norodiazepam,
Yes.
oxazepam,
Yep.
temazepam,
Yes.
and lorazepam.
Yes.
And as far as your review of the testing on those substances and the concentration levels, did anything about any of those levels stand out to you as far as based on your training and experience?
Only that they were reportable.
Okay. Are you familiar whether they're in any
Wait a minute. Here's where no, you need to slow your roll. Was he doing a quantitative or qualitative test? Because a quantitative test, they're going to give you different things. One is going to measure if they're there at all, and then the other is going to give you the concentration per parts per million, or by whatever metric that they measure, the kind of saturation or levels of the blood. So, which test did he do, and did he do both tests? Because they're not the same.
sort of therapeutic level for any of those drugs?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
How many pills does one have to intake, in a desperate cry for help until it's official? Swear to God, Massachusetts. Well, we've decided to change our thing, and now she didn't take her meds. Hey, both of you functioning mental midgets right now, when was the blood drawn for toxicology? Because depending on when it was drawn and how much blood she'd already lost, it could be inaccurate. Did you ever think of that? How much blood, went to the injury site before being cycled through the liver or went directly to her lung, her chest cavity? I I am officially flabbergasted. I am going to be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom, but you guys, I will be able to hear, but dear God, what in the name of Hades is going on here?
You mentioned there were also other substances that were detected in the general unknown screen, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been mirtazapine, lamotrigine, quetiapine metabolite, and trazodone.
Yes.
And was your lab able to get concentration levels for those?
No.
And so what did you do, or what was done with the samples or the specimens as it pertained to those substances?
To my knowledge, it was sent to NMS labs.
And you've previously stated that you are trained on effects of certain types of drugs, but your limitation is you don't know how it affects a particular individual, correct?
Correct.
These particular 5 benzodiazepines, do you know where they fall in the type of drug, what the general effects of those drugs are?
Benzos tend to be central nervous system depressants.
Okay. And the ones that were detected, but you don't have the levels for mirtazapine in the list I read, what category are those drugs?
Those tend to be central nervous system depressants. Quetiapine in particular is usually known to treat bipolar disorder, schizophrenia.
And as it pertains to the presence of the 5 benzodiazepines, your testing is limited in that you don't know whether that was from one medication or multiple medications, correct?
Not to mention, do we understand that there are paradoxical drug reactions? I'm one of the lovely, awesome people that if you give me Benadryl, I am going to be a rabid squirrel. You have never seen annoying like you see Benadryl Mo. Benadryl Mo is ADHD Spinal Tap 13, no control. Now, most people, Benadryl puts them right to sleep. But for me, it is like, so yeah, like Unisom, anything like that, I am wide awake. I am wide awake. I am like, let's go. Now, if I want to go to sleep, I will drink caffeine. Paradoxically, an energy drink will put me to sleep. Benadryl Mo. Yes.
Correct, because the nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam tend to be metabolites of diazepam.
No further questions.
Attorney Reddington. Morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
Not too bad yourself.
All right. Just a couple of brief questions. First of all, this would be a blood sample that was taken from Lindsay on a particular, like one day. This is not a panel of a bunch of different samples, right?
To my knowledge, there would have been a few different test tubes submitted to us.
Okay, test tubes, but when you draw the
Yes, test tubes, but what time were they drawn? Please, for the love of Cheetos and all of us neurospicy out there, just take that extra second to listen to the question, process it, then answer the question that you were asked.
in other words, when you draw the blood, it would basically be the same time that they put it in different test tubes.
Yes, I'm not familiar with these specific ones, like if they were done over a span of time, but usually.
That's fair enough. I mean, but you have the test tubes and you know that it's Lindsay Clancy's blood, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that that's a fairly large number of drugs and metabolites that are in that particular blood sample, right?
I have seen more.
I'm sure, but.
I recently did Keith Richards' blood work. That's nothing. Yeah. No, I mean, I understand the sort of nervous laughter, so I'm not dinging that, but, um, perhaps not the joke to lead with, like, "Well, the medical industrial complex has screwed people over way worse than this chick."
Nevertheless, that's still a large number of drugs, though, right?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
And you don't know, as a working your job for the state police at that time, you don't know how many of these drugs are coming from scripts, prescriptions, and things of that nature, right?
No.
One of the things that you had mentioned were metabolites, and you said that because the district attorney asked you about different benzodiazepines, this PAM, that PAM, this PAM, that PAM, and then you responded and said, yeah, but there's a lot of metabolites involved in that, right? What does that mean?
So a metabolite is just a breakdown of anything usually by the body. So you have what we call a parent drug, and the body, if you ingest that, the body would then break it down or put it into a more digestible form in order to get rid of it.
Okay. So when you have a number of metabolites, for example, someone may have a prescription for amitriptyline or a prescription for Zoloft or Ativan or something. And they take the pill and it's in their system, and then over time it would metabolize and there'd be different PAMs or whatever it is that would break down into the blood. Is that right?
Yes.
How about tetrahydrocannabinols, THC, marijuana? What was the level on that?
To my knowledge, we didn't find any.
No marijuana, right?
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You sit down over there.
The next exhibit, just a chart that the parties have agreed upon that lists the brand names of some of the drugs that have been spoken about throughout the course of the trial, as well as what they were also known as for the ease of the jurors.
It's by agreement, Judge.
All right, so by agreement, that may be admitted.
And the Commonwealth would call Dr. Jonathan Brower as its next witness.
Testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury that an outcome between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
It's Justin Brower, Brower.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic toxicologist for NMS Laboratories.
And where's that laboratory located?
The laboratory is located in Horsham, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia.
And what does your laboratory do?
For all 100 counties of the state of North Carolina.
And
we're skipping through the CV to kind of go into
times in the laboratory. When all that testing is completed, it comes to the toxicology department, and my role is to review every aspect of that case. So I'm making sure that everything on the toxicology report is complete and accurate, such as all the demographic information that we have available to us, the name of the decedent or the patient, date of birth, where it's from, the specimens that we received, and then also that all of everything that is reported is complete and accurate, making sure that all the drugs that were tested for are reported, and that the reported concentrations are correct and accurate, and looking at every piece of raw data accumulated from the laboratory with that case, associated with that case.
Fair to say the NMS laboratory uses a batch review workflow.
oh, for the love of God, batch review, blah, blah, blah.
No. I don't know where they were initially sent from, but the client or the submitting agency is the District Attorney's Office of Plymouth.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the requested testing that was done, was it that panel that you described, or was it more specific testing?
Slidey Pie, you haven't missed much. The Commonwealth is just continuing on with the wounds on her wrist were superficial. The new sort of development, I lied. There is a new development. In the latest toxicology witness prior to this one, they are now accusing Lindsay of not having therapeutic levels of her prescribed medication in her blood. They made a note that, there wasn't, what she had been prescribed, the levels weren't high enough or as at the levels that if she had been taking her medication correctly, kind of bypassing the point that she had taken a bunch of pills and then gotten catastrophically injured, and that might, block or kind of confuse the processing of narcotics by your body or drugs by your body. So, that was a new one. So the new one is that she wasn't actually taking her pills again.
This is what we call direct testing, where they requested just 4 specific drugs to be tested for.
And what were the 4 specific tests requested?
Lamotrigine, mirtazapine, quetiapine, and trazodone.
Are you familiar with those substances or those drugs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you reviewed all of the data and information done at your lab in regards to these tests, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they able to identify concentration levels in the sample that was submitted for each one of those 4 substances?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the first, can you tell us what the result was?
Would you like me just to run down the list?
Sure.
Okay. We detected lamotrigine in a concentration of 6.1 micrograms per milliliter, mirtazapine at a concentration of 200 nanograms per milliliter, quetiapine at a concentration of 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, and trazodone at a concentration of 0.44 micrograms per milliliter, and these were all in blood.
In blood. And so with each drug that you just listed, are you familiar with what the common name is for the drugs?
I'm not always that great with common names, but I can wing it.
Okay. Well, the lamotrigine, and forgive me if I botched
That's okay.
the pronunciation, that's also referred to commonly as Lamictal.
It is correct, Lamictal.
What kind of drug is that?
It's typically used as an anti-seizure medication. So if somebody has a seizure disorder, it can be prescribed to alleviate seizures, but it is also used for bipolar disorder as well.
And mirtazapine, fair to say that's commonly referred to as Remeron.
Correct.
And what kind of drug is that?
That isn't typically an antidepressant.
And quetiapine, what's that common drug?
Quetiapine is known as Seroquel.
And fair to say that's an antipsychotic as well for bipolar?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with whether that often can be prescribed in low doses for sleep?
It is. It can be for insomnia.
And trazodone, what's the common name for trazodone, if you know?
I am drawing a blank on the trazodone.
If I suggest trazamine, is that familiar?
Not the one I'm most familiar with.
Stop smacking your lips. And thank you so much, Slidey Pie, for the Rumble rant. Thanks so much for covering this trial. Sometimes they pull up and sometimes they don't, but I do want to acknowledge them. So thank you so very much.
Okay, but you're familiar with trazodone?
Correct,
And
yeah.
what class of drug is that?
That's an antidepressant.
Now, in your review of the levels that were detected in these 4 tests for each of these substances, do any of these levels appear to be outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The only one that's a little elevated would be the quetiapine.
Okay.
So we're gonna take a very short break at this time. All right. So this will be a short break, and we'll come right back. All right.
All right. Please go to the notebook, place them on the chairs. This way, please.
The Gauch twins' constant little snicker smirks are not a good look.
just for a short recess. We'll come right back out.
Half hour?
Hopefully not.
Interesting. I'm not sure what precipitated this break. I don't know if maybe the judge perhaps has another case that he has to do something for. But this does seem to be a hallmark of Boston cases, just in my casual kind of observation that there's a lot of scheduling kind of snafus and different things they have to work around.
All right, we all set for the jury?
And Slidey Pie, what is with the Nellie Olson bow? I will pull it up. Now, we have been warned not to mess with this. We have been told not to deal with this. We have been told not to mess with this. But yet we continue to do it. It's like we cannot be stopped. Now, I don't know why it is that we just cannot keep ourselves from, playing with these things. But I would like to blame this.
The lament configuration. Obsolete. Irrelevant in an age when desire has become amplified, but where lust can be sated electronically.
I blame the lament configuration. Now, science has not confirmed this, but that is my story, and I'm sticking to it. It gives a nod to the obviously demonic nature of this bow. That's actually great. As much as I complain about the kind of stops and starts, and that's the wrong day. Different smug face. It actually is nice. This is the final day of summer vacation before school, and we are all, kind of the boys are running around with like chickens with their head cut off because they're like, "Do I have clothes?" I mean, we've spent weeks getting things ready, but they're like, "What am I gonna wear? Oh, do I have clothes? Do I have shoes?"
Record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including Ms. Clancy and including the 18 jurors.
All right. All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Dr. Brower, before we broke, we mentioned the term therapeutic concentration. You familiar with that term?
Correct.
What does that mean?
It's the typical concentration that one would achieve when they're taking the medication or drug as indicated by their prescriber.
And are you familiar with toxic concentrations or suicidal concentrations?
I am.
And what does that mean?
Those are concentrations that could lead to adverse events and potentially death.
Now,
Has that been tested on female, or are you using only concentrations and studies that looked at white men, in their 20s to 50s? Because here's the other thing is medicine has a blind spot for women, and not in the radical, third wave feminist way, but there is a blind spot. Women's chemistry, the way certain drugs affect women have not been really considered up until now. And it's only in its infancy that we're getting, female only studies and female studies and, across racial lines, across, age lines. So the fact that science can sit here, or that this medical professional can sit here knowing how absolutely selective and small these studies are, and say that they definitively know the level at which every individual person will react, adversely to these drugs is just it's medical gaslighting, and I don't like it. We don't need you to have hey, medical profession, we don't need you to have all the answers. Just be honest about the ones you have and don't have.
In relation to the 4 substances that were tested at the NMS laboratory, you identified the levels for each of the 4 substances. Were any of those concentration levels considered within therapeutic concentration?
It would all be in what I would say a therapeutic concentration, except maybe the quetiapine, which is slightly elevated.
Okay. And in your experience as a forensic toxicologist, have you had the occasion to review cases, post-mortem cases in which suicide was a mechanism of death where the person consumed medication?
Absolutely, yes.
And so that level of the
Quetiapine.
Okay, no, I just need I need Reddington. 50 Shades of Logic, talk 'em to me. Protect me from the insanity the Commonwealth is bringing to me.
None of these drugs work on the opioid receptors, so allow other opioids like, say, fentanyl or oxycodone to bind to those receptors to have to exert its effects. So it only works on opioids. None of these drugs work on the opioid receptors, so Narcan would have no effect whatsoever on these drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Good morning.
Dr. Brower, so one of the things that you had mentioned is that you, and I think I would quote you, I would like not to give an opinion without basically the underlying facts. In other words, what you're saying is that the numbers alone do not tell the tale of what happened to a particular individual, right?
Correct. They don't tell the entire story.
Right. And you're, for NMS Laboratory, you were retained or working for the DA's office, these people here, right?
That was the submitting agency, correct.
And they certainly were not constrained from picking up the phone and calling you and telling you that this is blood from a woman that threw herself out a window and tried to kill herself after cutting her wrists and her neck. They could have told you that, right? Well, overruled.
It's possible that does happen in rare occasions.
Attorney Reddington is ready to pull out the Moab of all sarcasm and snark. This is why you don't push people like Attorney Reddington. I'm nicer. I'm going to temper the snark with like some constructive criticism and genuine hope that you take it and move forward. Attorney Reddington is going to shred your soul and laugh hysterically, okay? Like we are not the same people. Do not approach us as the same animals, because while we might have, similar kind of defenses and attack modes, we are not the same. Do not try this with Attorney Reddington. This is a terrible idea. Let's see how it plays out for him.
In high-profile cases.
Right. And so that would have been something, for example, the facts that you wanted to know, that you would have liked to have known to kind of round out your opinion about the actual level of the drugs in the blood that you examined, right?
It's not necessary.
Well, it's not necessary, but you did indicate that you would like to not give an opinion without the facts.
Correct.
Okay.
Today.
From the witness stand.
Correct. I don't have all the information.
Of course. And the word therapeutic, is that consistent with, in other words?
And thank you, Stinger Bell, for gifting 5 memberships. And that went to, is it Tilda Weems? If I've mispronounced anything, if you can spell it phonetically, I can usually get it, or like walk me through phonetic-ish. I do attempt. M. Lloyd, Ambivalent Comrade, Nana, Nana 65, half Irish. Congratulations. Welcome to the Church of Mo. We have dark chocolate sarcasm. And look, I need to get with a creator of brows because I think I have a trend going on. I need emotional support brows. You can wear them. Look, as an introvert, if you see someone like this walking in Walmart, you are not asking them where the peanut butter is. These are your self-defense for unwanted conversations. Unfortunately, they do have the paradoxical side effect that you might get unwanted, required conversations with therapists. So, use with caution.
The treatment level of a particular narcotic or drug in the blood?
Correct.
And Symbiosis, you are incredibly correct. My frustration has always been more on the provider. I do have questions about the medical research and where sort of the energy goes and things like that, but on the whole, I usually don't have a problem with medical research. So you are correct. There are a lot of people who are working in the medical field. My issues do tend to come down to the more patient care, compassion side of it. So very correct points and good perspective. It's good to remember.
It's the concentration of the drug in the body to elicit an effect or the desired effect.
One of these that I introduced was NMS labs.
Oh.
NMS laboratory records that I introduced, that they were marked ID. As it relates to, while she's trying to find the
Oh,
record.
careful, Attorney
As it
Reddington.
relates to the therapeutic level, sir, is it your understanding that the lorazepam, the alprazolam, clonazepam, the council had asked you about the benzodiazepines were within therapeutic, thank you, within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They were within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the entire question?
Sure. What is lamotrigine?
Lamotrigine is typically used as an anti-seizure medication and could also be used for bipolar disorder.
Okay. Do you have the results for your lab in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Toxicology, yeah, you can read along just so you can refresh your memory if it helps. The lamotrigine, it says 6.1. What does that mean?
6.1 micrograms per milliliter. So there were 6.1 micrograms of lamotrigine per milliliter of blood.
All right.
Now, I do hope they have experts because I'm not an expert and, as a layperson, I would assume that the therapeutic levels in a small woman like Lindsay Clancy would be different to, what you would need to achieve a therapeutic level in, like, say, a Mr. Mo sized person. So that is part of this that I am confused about because it does seem like she was on enough of some of these medications to have people in a coma, but, you know, ho I guess how does one calculate what a therapeutic level would look like for each individual? Or is it more of a generalized sort of, these are what we find in generalized studies? Because I do wanna know, I do wanna understand, not only for this case, but just generally, I'm nosy. So it would be interesting, and I do hope that experts will kind of explain this in, a competent way. Because, just looking through the medications they had her on, it seems like they had her on quite a lot for as small a person as she is. But there are probably a bajillion factors I don't understand or know that go into, kind of titrating where meds are supposed to be.
Is that above therapeutic, below therapeutic, or therapeutic?
It's right in the middle of the therapeutic range.
So if somebody had a prescription, for example, for that narcotic or that drug, then they were taking the drug according to the recommended dose, right?
And that's what it would appear to me if they were prescribed it, correct?
How about the mirtazapine?
The mirtazapine also looks to be probably used appropriately as prescribed.
And you need a prescription for that, don't you?
Yes, you need a prescription for all four of these drugs.
Okay. And what is there another name for mirtazapine?
Remeron.
Remeron. All right. And what is the purpose, or what do you use Remeron for?
It's an antidepressant.
How about the quetiapine is the number 3?
The quetiapine is also known as Seroquel, and that is generally used as an antipsychotic.
And what does that mean when you say an antipsychotic? What does that mean?
So somebody has psychotic episodes, say like hallucinations or just not seeing reality like quote, quote normal person would, they could be prescribed.
This is incredibly damning. Now, there are often off box or, off label sort of uses for things, kind of famously Rogaine was found because it was I think a blood pressure medication that also led to hair growth, kind of unexpectedly in some men. Um, so it could be labeled as an antipsychotic, but also as something for bipolar, I believe is what the psychiatrist, I believe, was using it for, off label or back label. I can't remember what the magic term is. So this is a good point, but I do think that people that are educated medically will realize that there's a lot of different things that a drug could be used for depending on, how it's prescribed and who's prescribing it and what they think they're gonna do with it.
Quetiapine as an antipsychotic to try to kind of level out their brain chemistry.
And what was the result?
And thank you, Teal, for all of the info and everyone for all of their info. I know that just to clarify, and I always do better with, more clarification. I love when you correct me or challenge me on something, as long as you come with good faith. I don't mind snark and sarcasm, but come with good faith. And you know what? There are certain perspectives that sometimes I forget to see or I'm not even thinking about. So I love it when, chat shares their different opinions and information. So thank you guys, because a lot of this stuff is confusing, and sometimes the experts are good, but then sometimes they're not as great.
On the quetiapine.
1,800 nanograms per milliliter.
Now, is that within therapeutic? Is that below or high?
It looks high to me, depending upon the dosage.
Okay. And trazodone is the next one. What is that?
Trazodone is also an antidepressant.
And what's the result on that?
Oh, I'm sorry. 0.44 micrograms per milliliter.
Okay. And is that therapeutic, below therapeutic, or above therapeutic?
I would say that's a therapeutic concentration.
Okay. So basically, with the exception of the quetiapine that was 1,800 nanograms per... What is a nanogram? What does that mean? Nanograms per milliliter. What does that mean?
It's a very, very small amount. It's 1/1,000,000th of a milligram.
Okay. And that's how you measure the quantity of a particular substance that would be in a person's blood, correct?
In the blood, correct.
So on the quetiapine at 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, that's the only one that was not therapeutic. That was a little higher than therapeutic. Is that correct?
Correct. It's approximately maybe double what you might expect. So when I say it's a little elevated, it's not in a concentration that I would consider to be necessarily toxic or lethal.
Okay. And you don't know, working for NMS Labs, or whether or not a person had a prescription for these drugs, or when they got the prescription, or who gave them the prescription? You don't know that, right?
I have none of that information, no.
You could have known that if somebody had told you that, but you don't know it from looking at the numbers that we have here, right?
Correct. It's possible if they would have given us that information. We don't always need to have it, though.
Right, this is what I offered for Kale.
Can I just see it again first?
Oh, sure.
If we can just approach briefly on the issue.
And I don't know if Attorney Reddington is listening to some of the critique, but I have to say I appreciated his more calm demeanor today with this witness. He's not the most patient man, and I understand that he's just irritated beyond all get out with the Commonwealth. But he has sometimes let his irritation and maybe the fact that look, there has been a parade of inside cats from the expert side. Not so inside cats, like people like me who tend to get nervous and just kind of we go to the literal and we will not move from the literal when we're nervous. And that does seem to bother Attorney Reddington. So I noticed him kind of being more calm and trying to be more relaxed with that particular kind of witness today. So, he did a pretty good job. Oh no, not the spinning circle of death. I believe we're getting to the stipulation. Oh crap, now it's all confused.
All right, so we're going to introduce that exhibit at this time.
Thank you. So just if I may, Susan, approach it, which basically is an NMS lab report.
Same as this one.
Same numbers on the top, right? Where the square is?
Correct.
Same numbers. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right. Yeah, Commonwealth?
Just, Dr. Brower, you in fact, once got this case for review, you authored a corrected report in regards to this case, correct?
Correct.
At this point, I would move to admit the report. As
All right, that may be admitted as well.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right. All right, thank you, Doctor.
Stipulating evidence for the blue exercise entered into Commonwealth. Your Honor, prior to the next witness, the Commonwealth would move to submit 4 stipulations the parties have entered into. The first being a stipulation regarding DNA known standard samples. The second being a stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain on the basement floor. The third being the stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. And the fourth being a stipulation regarding DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain in the basement.
That's right. We don't need to have all those witnesses.
All right, so those stipulations may be entered as exhibits. Counsel, do you want those published or read to the jury?
And I guess Teal brings up a really good point. As a person who doesn't know a whole lot of about mental health and has actively been avoiding for most of my life, seeking help because I was afraid that they would just label me as like clinically weird, which I knew wasn't actually a label I could get, but there's a very fine line in my world between quirky and involuntary stay, and I was always terrified of that, so I figured if I want to avoid that altogether, I will avoid the people that can, possibly clock my weirdness and have the power to involuntarily hold me. Now, I do realize that not all therapists are there to involuntarily hold me, and some are there to actually help. So I'm working on my own perception of therapists. However, I have been shocked as someone who hasn't, had all of that experience with it, how commonly conditions are misdiagnosed. Anxiety can be both a diagnosis and a symptomology or a symptom of something, or how, you can have to go through kind of multiple diagnoses. Like first it's ADHD, and then it might be, you know, a bunch of different things until they finally come up with another root problem. And I guess I didn't realize how complex, mental health, was just as complex as medicine. And I guess it's not like I haven't always been aware of that, to some degree, but I guess, I wasn't aware of how the problems are just as present in mental health care as they are in, medical health care, as far as, you know, having to find a good doctor, one that, is able to hear you and you can hear them, and then one that's willing to work with you is incredibly difficult. And I guess I thought that maybe mental health would be easier since these are all professionals and getting people to talk, or at least that's what I assumed.
Jury are satisfied that they'll have those. And the parties can refer to the contents of the stipulations.
The only one we would like to have read to the jury, I'm sorry, are you all set? Take your time.
That's on me. I kind of jumped in there. I'm sorry.
Exhibits 208 through 211. Would be the exhibit 211, the stipulation regarding the comparisons for the blue band and the red brown stain.
Yeah, if she wants you to read it, I don't have a problem.
Yeah.
I think it was defense that wanted you to read it. I'm fine.
Well, you know what? I want to read it. All right. So that's what we'll do. All right. So, members of the jury, remember, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I talked a little bit about those stipulations. So the same instructions. These are facts that I'm going to read that the parties have agreed to, that you can rely on in arriving at your verdict at the end of this case. This is one of four that was just introduced. You'll have all four of them with you back in the jury room when you're deliberating. But so let me just read this one stipulation. This doesn't mean this stipulation is any more important than any of the other ones, but the parties would like me to just read this one here. All right, so this is a stipulation regarding the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain was marked A. Now, in the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain A in the basement. Number one, forensic scientist Emily Oliver reviewed and interpreted the data relating to the question items, parentheses, item 2-4, blue exercise band, and item 3-3, the red-brown stain A from the basement floor, close parentheses, and conducted comparison analysis to the known standards in this case. Number two, the parties agreed to the following conclusions regarding comparison analysis of these items. A, item 2-4.1.1, sample from the ends of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of three contributors. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion in the profile. They are Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Cora Clancy, Lindsay Clancy, and Patrick Clancy. B, Item 2-4.2.1, sample from the middle of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Callan Clancy is included as a major contributor. And C, item 3-3.1, sample of swabs from the red-brown stain A on the basement floor. The DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. So that's the stipulation that the parties have agreed to. All right.
And one last stipulation to be marked as the next exhibit, the stipulation regarding the batch work done at NMS Labs. We're not asking that this be read at this
Okay,
time.
all right.
The Commonwealth would call Katerina Stashin.
Now, this is going to be the nanny, or I thought it was going to be the nanny. Perhaps not. I do know that we are going to get to the nanny, and I do believe that's probably where we're going to stop here today, because I have a feeling that that's going to be an incredibly hard witness. It's kind of having looked ahead at the Twitter sphere, or the Xer sphere, or whatever we want to call it. Um, it does look like the Commonwealth was incredibly insensitive to this woman, and not only that, but that moms of little kids, especially moms of a lot of little kids, especially when they have a babysitter or a caretaker come in, can write a lot of notes, especially if their child's going through sleep training or teething or things like that. If because, part of, managing things with a newborn is keeping their schedule as similar and steady as they can be as they adjust to being in this noisy world. And I have a feeling I am going to lose my ish and need to calm down after that. And since we have already given ourselves permission to go, uh, you know, at our own pace, that's kind of what I anticipate for the rest of the day. So let's get to it. Well, Lacey looks happy.
Come on now. You stop right there, raise your right hand.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give before the court and the jury in the matter now having between the Commonwealth and the defendant of God shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. You can have a seat now.
Watch your step, please.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Yeah, Trudy Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Katerina Stashin. My first name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Division, which is located in Reno, Nevada. I'm a criminalist in the biology and forensic investigation sections.
Back in January of 2023, where were you working?
I previously worked for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory as a forensic scientist in the DNA unit, which is functionally the same role that I currently have in the biology section.
And
I'm sorry. We agreed to the DNA. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay. All right.
And I'm just giving that evidence to the jury.
Go ahead.
So when did you start working for the state police?
I worked for the Massachusetts State Police from June 2021 to February of 2025.
And what was the nature of your work for the lab at that time?
As a DNA analyst, I processed evidence items.
Eastern Seaboard, repeat with me. I feel like I am Boromir at the Council of Elrond, but one does not need to smack to start a statement. I don't know why. I don't know why this is a New England thing. Honestly, this was a partial factor in not covering this case. And I wish I could say that, unironically, but that was partially I was like, "Not the lip smacking thing, I cannot do it again. Not the lip." Nope. You don't need to start a statement by smacking your lips. I don't know if anyone needed to hear that today, but the entire Eastern Seaboard, just for you.
Obtained either from a crime scene or from an individual associated with a criminal investigation. These items of evidence would be processed through the laboratory. I then would perform interpretations, comparisons as needed, write reports. I also could perform administrative reviews of other analysts' work and provide expert witness testimony as needed.
And part of your
Okay, no, we're going to skim along and see when
separate out
we just stipulated DNA. Why are we having a witness with DNA?
protocols and procedures.
And in the report, they confirmed that all protocols were followed and that correct conclusions were drawn. And then administrative review is when another analyst reviews that file, all of the documentation and
No, you don't, Sticky Widget, because had you done it when you were dungeon mastering, I would have said something. You got me later at night, and later at night Mo is more honest even with people that I really, really like. I'm like, "Could you not smack? Please, thanks." So, I would have said something, so you did not, to my knowledge, because I would have said something. And if I didn't say something, Flux would have said something. Between the 2 of us, and if Flux didn't say something, then Megan would have said something. So between the 3 of us, you didn't do it because you would have known. We would have told you.
the report for overall clerical accuracy and completeness.
And when you worked on lab number 23-01723, evidence involved in the deaths of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, did you follow the standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes.
Were there any issues with the controls that were present when you did this testing?
All controls were acceptable per the laboratory.
And bless her heart, this is also a good time to, point out that even if they aren't outwardly showing it, these cases are incredibly difficult, not only for, the first responders, but for the lab workers. I mean, they're people too. They have families, they have children, and I can't imagine that even being able to distance yourself, and be in a lab, it makes it any easier to have to deal with these cases and the reality that lays at the bottom of them. And she's barely holding it together, so I'm gonna see if basically, we are confirming what we all know to be true, that the children all passed away at Lindsay's hands. And she just looks like she's really struggling. I thought we had stipulated to this, and I don't like it when the Commonwealth does this kinda stuff.
Very large number, in my opinion.
So it's a very large probability that Dawson Clancy is a contributor to that.
$600 times more likely potential single contributor.
Now, I do think that, fairly soon in the legal sphere, in the legal community, I think there's going to become a reckoning, uh, in how we explain DNA now because, DNA testing has become so sensitive that most things are a combination, and some experts are really good at kind of explaining this whole new language that we use, to explain kind of the DNA information we have now, um, but some are not, and just reciting it like this, from personal experience and watching a lot of courts, I hope that they come up with a more kind of streamlined and understandable way to explain kind of the new frontier of DNA kind of technology we're on, where we are going to, get a lot more mixes because of the sensitivities and short tandem repeat, and how that is going to change the way that we need to kind of explain that to jury and lay people. So I would expect that to be something that you start seeing good Commonwealth and good state attorneys and good defense attorneys really starting to try to find experts who can kind of demystify all of this and put it into easy to understand language for juries. I think um, if there becomes an expert that can do that well, they will be in high demand from both the state and the defense because it is kind of hard wading through what all these numbers actually mean. And it hurts my brain. So we'll let the defense use logic and clear it up. Oh, I guess I am not shocked that he basically stipulated.
This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to Clancy.
In profiles we talked about and your findings was that Lindsay Clancy is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than an unknown unrelated individual.
The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And so it's support that she's included as a contributor to this profile of one person, correct?
Octillion for Lindsay.
And then at Street, when something's not.
I love the casual and not so subtle petty of giving the absolute least amount of fucks you can give in a respectful way in a court by just like perusing other documents, at your leisure. Like he's crossed it. Again, sir, for those of us who understand the many layers of the subtle petty going on here, not only from functionally just being on top of the facts and evidence in the case for your client and projecting competence and care, of the facts by this pose, but the absolute lack of respect you give to the Commonwealth when they bring up a witness to talk about what you just stipulated to. Chef's kiss. It works on many levels.
The Commonwealth would call Elaine Rossi as its next witness. Thank you.
What in the volume? That is some awesome hair. Oh my god, we're gonna have a heart reunion. They're getting back together. Come on. I need to hear all the songs. Every single Heart song. Come on. My favorite, I mean, I'm not gonna make any requests, but Magic Man.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court will not come in between the court of law and the defense
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Now, before we start, do be aware that this is the nanny or home health care or home child care helper that the Clancy's brought into the home to help care for little baby Callum before he passed. So she is probably going to be incredibly emotional. We're probably going to be emotional, and the Commonwealth are going to be cahoons. So do be mindful of your mental health. We have, puppy kitten breaks. I have the ability to sentence the Commonwealth to work in service of Sarah Boone if it comes down to it. So there are options we have to protect our mental health on this stream, but do be aware of that, and it will never hurt my feelings if you need to take a step back, if you need to, just walk away for the day, if it's too much, if this is bringing up too much. Take care of your mental health, take care of yourself, and this trial will be waiting. If you can't come back to it, then it's okay. It is okay. But I just wanted to put those things out there before we go ahead with this.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Elaine Rossi,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Rossi.
And what city or town do you live in?
I live in Kingston.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny
How long have you been a nanny?
for about 15 years now.
In July of 2022, did you become familiar with the Clancy family?
I did.
And how did you become involved with their family?
I answered a Facebook advertisement seeking a part-time nanny position.
And who posted that advertisement?
Lindsay did.
And did she respond to your message?
I responded to her message.
Right. And so you said you were interested, right?
I did.
And then did she respond to you?
She did.
So did you have then communication back and forth with her about possibly taking on a nannying position for their family?
Yes, we did.
Okay. That was on July 22nd of 2022 that that initial back and forth occurred, correct?
Correct.
And
Oh my God, not Mannequin. Mannequin was my favorite movie. I always hoped to be turned into a mannequin and then wake up when my Prince Charming was emotionally available and ready to start a relationship. It seemed like the only way I was going to make this marriage thing work. Um, Oddly, there were no mannequins involved in, getting together with Mr. Mo, but I always thought who was the name of the sassy designer from Mannequin? Because he was my favorite. I always wanted to be him. Wasn't it like Hollywood? Hollywood Jones, and he had the fun windsuit, and he was fabulous, fabulous. I wanted to be like, look, everyone wanted to be Kim Cattrall. I wanted to be, what's his face? The designer that was just fabulous. I was always a weird kid, but that was a great movie. It's one of the best. There is Mannequin 2. It's still fun. Still has, my favorite character in it, though I cannot recall his name right now to save my life. But, I'm just saying, bring back Mannequin, but Hollywood, don't you touch back Mannequin. I just wanna watch the movie myself. Keep your dirty mitts off of Mannequin. Don't you touch it. There will be a cease and desist. I have the eyebrows of your discontent.
as a result of your initial communication with her, did you end up setting up a time to come meet their family?
We did.
And how did that happen? Where did you meet them?
I met at their residence in the backyard of their home.
And that would be 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Correct.
And when you went to their home, were you able to meet the children?
Yes.
And how many children were there?
3.
And who were they?
Cora, Dawson, and Callan.
And present at that meeting that you had in their backyard were also Patrick and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of kind of meeting at their home in the backyard?
It was to get familiar with the kids, just for an introductory meeting. I got to hold Callan and play with Cora and Dawson a little bit and talk to Lindsay and Patrick.
And so at that time, Cora was 4, right?
Yes.
And Dawson was 3.
Yes.
And Callan was an infant.
Yes.
Now, as a result of your kind of interview or interaction with them, what eventually happened with your relationship with the Clancys? Did you become their nanny?
I did.
And did you communicate with Lindsay about what the expectations of the job were going to be?
I did.
So what was your role or your expectations of the role?
My role was to take care of Callan when she went back to work.
Okay, and did you know when that was expected to happen?
I believe right around Thanksgiving.
And did you start working for them prior to that? Prior to November?
Yes, I did. I started first week in September of 2022.
And so while the original terms were for you to primarily watch Callan, did you take on a slightly different role in between September and November?
I did.
And so what were the responsibilities, or what did the Clancys ask you to do for the family during the time of September through essentially when you stopped working for them?
It was to get to know the family, to get to know how they worked as a family, to get to know their schedule, and essentially mostly to take care of Callan. Occasionally, Cora and Dawson would be home, and I would interact with them as well.
So going into it, you knew that you would sometimes be spending time with Cora and Dawson.
Yes.
But to your understanding, were they at the home all the time?
No, they were at school.
And other than caring for Callan, did you agree to take on some other responsibilities in the household?
I did.
And what were those responsibilities?
It was food prep, light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Was that something that you offered to do as part of your services, or were you asked to do it?
I offered initially. I said those were things I did as a nanny for previous families.
And what was your expected schedule going to be for the Clancys?
It was 3 days a week. I believe it was 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
And was the 3 days a set schedule, or was the expectation that it might change?
Initially, it was set, and then it changed.
As far as your original expectation, fair to say, you were originally asked to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays?
Correct.
And then as you started working for them, you were asked to kind of adjust some of the days?
Yes.
And was that something that you could do?
If I could, I would.
And how about the time? You said from 8:30 to 1:30. Were the times flexible too?
Yeah, sometimes it was 9 to 1:30. That was about the only difference.
Okay.
It was about a half hour.
And how would you communicate with Lindsay?
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. Oh, she would leave notes for me for the activities or the instructions for me for the day.
Okay. And you said the week of Labor Day, that was your first week with the Clancy family, right? And primarily during that week, did you care for Callan?
Yes, I did.
Did they come to call you something particular as far as like a nickname?
This is so gross. I didn't like it when, we were doing it with Patrick, and e she goes into people's homes, she cares for their children. That requires an incredibly giving and loving heart, and I can imagine that this has broken her just like it's broken everyone, and to have her bring up the nickname, it just feels so unnecessarily intrusive. If she wanted to talk about it, then that would be a totally different thing, and I hope she has a safe place to, get all of her feelings out, but just to have us, you know, walk through this with her, it's always the ick. It's always the ick.
They called me Lainey.
And that was something the kids called you as well as Patrick and Lindsay?
Yes.
So, I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
if you want to just take a quick look inside of it. You can flip through the pages if that's helpful.
Okay.
Does the handwriting in that notebook look familiar to you?
It does.
And fair to say there's two different handwritings, right? Did you come to know one of the handwritings as Lindsay's handwriting?
I thought all of it was Lindsay's.
Okay, but as far as the second set of handwriting, do you recognize?
Oh, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
As is every mother with a newborn. Again, and I say this more for critique purposes than as an insult in any way, shape, or form. But the monumentally stupid idea of having 2 female prosecutors who don't have children, so don't realize how incredibly normal this is, to have detailed notes, especially when you're sleep training, especially when you are, trying to maintain a productive schedule for 2 other children that also need to have their schedules protected and, their routines, kind of protected and remain sacred. So, there's a lot of different things that, yeah, writing a bunch of notes is not out of the realm of ordinary for a mom of little kids. Doesn't mean if you don't write notes, you're a terrible mom or but it's not something that, well, she's obviously a controlling, bossy heifer.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
When you would come to the household in the morning, would you often interact with Lindsay prior to taking care of taking the baby?
Sometimes if she was there, I would interact with her. Some mornings she wasn't there.
If she wasn't there, was Patrick home?
Yes.
And did you know where she was when she wasn't there?
Sometimes she'd leave in the notebook that she was in the basement working out. Sometimes she'd drop the kids off to school.
And would you often see her throughout the day when you were there from your 9 to 1 shift?
Yes.
But there would be times when you would see her come back to the home?
Yes.
And in those times when she left, sometimes she had the other 2 children with her, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes she did not.
No.
At times, were you left with all 3 children?
I think on one occasion I was.
And would you get there before or after Cora and Dawson would be off to school usually?
Most times I would be pulling in the driveway and they would be waiting to say goodbye to me or hello to me.
And you're aware that they did not have school on Tuesdays, right? Were you aware?
I don't remember, sorry.
Okay. When you started working for the Clancy family, was there conversation with Lindsay about Callan not taking a bottle?
I don't remember that.
Did you often feed him a bottle when you were caring for him?
I did.
And do you recall at one point that you actually videoed Callan taking a bottle and sent it to Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
And that would have been on September 9th, correct?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd like to just play a short video.
You have got to be kidding me. Are you kidding me right now? Are you absolutely mother flip flapjack and killing me right now? I will not be playing video footage. You are going to be dealing with my mug on screen as we make sure that this. I won't be party to this. I'm sorry.
I object. I don't have a, let the jury see the video. Could I see?
Okay. Yeah, I am absolutely not a fan of making the jury see a video of this little boy enjoying a bottle with his nanny.
You took them, did you drive? She wouldn't. To Tumble Fun, that outside of the household.
Dang it.
2022.
Yes, I did.
At this point, I'd move to admit a copy of that clip as the next.
With no objection, that may be admitted.
In your care of the children, were you ever permitted to take them outside of the household, like to the park or the library or anything?
I took Callan for a walk on one occasion, and I took Cora and Dawson to a tumble fun gymnastics class.
Okay. And that would have been in October of 2022 that you took Cora and Dawson, correct? When you went to Tumble Fun, what is that?
It's a toddler, like, gymnastics place, indoor gymnastics place.
Did you only take Cora and Dawson, or did you also take Callan?
Just Cora and Dawson.
Okay. And why was it that you took them on this particular day?
Lindsay had mentioned to me that they had tumble fun, but they wouldn't be going because she couldn't drive.
Okay.
So I offered to take them.
Did she tell you why she couldn't drive at that time?
Wait a minute, Commonwealth. Wait a minute. So this witness is telling us that this mother thought about the safety of her children first, realized she wasn't safe to drive, and wasn't going to put them in a car to drive them someplace. Then her nanny took them, and somehow this is still gonna be Lindsay manipulating something.
She didn't.
So you took them, did you drive her car or your own car?
I drove her car.
And you were able to bring them home, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice anything different when you came back to the home on that day?
I didn't.
During the course of the time in which you were at the Clancy's house, fair to say from September to early December is the time that you were there, 3 days a week?
Yes.
Did you come to find out that Lindsay was having some issues?
I did.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did.
And what did she tell you about her issues?
She shared with me that she was suffering from postpartum.
Now, when she shared this information with you, had you noticed anything different about her demeanor or her presentation around the house?
I didn't at all.
Now, I'm just going to speak for myself, but if there is someone who is not Mr. Mo or my children in my house, whether I'm aware of it or not, and most of the time I am aware of it, I will go into double masking, mainly because you're in my inner sanctuary and I cannot relax with you in there. Even if you are there to function as a help for me, even if, she seems like the kindest, sweetest woman. I would not drop my guard. You would not know anything was wrong with me, and I could be screaming on the inside. And you wouldn't know until I broke, unfortunately. Now I'm trying to break that pattern, but I can tell you, you know, from experience that I would not have opened up to her. So she would not have, I would have said, something like, I'm struggling right now, but she probably would have given me a confused look or said something like, oh, I'm sorry you're dealing with that, but it doesn't seem like you're struggling all that much, or you seem so strong. I would never imagine that you are struggling with all of this. So just not to start an argument, but just a perspective that she would have known nothing if she were in my house.
Had her trips out of the house when you were there stopped or decreased during that time period?
No.
And did she tell you that at that time that she was seeing some doctors?
She did.
What about medication? Did you have any conversations with her about her taking medication during that time period?
I think we talked about she was going to stop a medication because she was trying to stop nursing.
That she was going to stop medication or she was going to start medication?
I think she was trying to stop something because she was going to, oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
She was not going to nurse Callan anymore because she was going to be starting a new medication.
Did she ever give you any details about the medication?
She didn't.
Do you recall seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency room in November of 2022?
No.
How about going to the emergency room in December of 2022?
No.
Did anything about your arrangements with coming on the 3 days, caring for Callan and sometimes Cora, did any of that ever change because of what she reported to you about having postpartum?
Only at the end of my time with them.
Okay, we'll get there in a second. But did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
None at all. She was a wonderful mom.
Here's the other part that I find incredibly hard to reconcile. Everyone who has come up personally knowing Lindsay prior to the incident, granted, this is only two people, Patrick and now this woman, but they have all described her as a loving mom. So how does the Commonwealth go from everyone that observes her notes she's a loving mom to she's been planning this for months. She hates her kids. She didn't want to deal with it. She wanted to run away and join the circus. I don't get how to marry these two disparate thoughts into a single narrative.
Did she have any further conversation with you about maybe more specific sleep or sleep issues that she had been having during the time period you were nannying for them?
Did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was having difficulty sleeping and that she was sleeping in the basement.
Now, when you would watch Callan and she would be in the basement, would you often see her in the basement?
No.
And one of the things you said that you sometimes did was do some laundry, right? And where was the laundry in the Clancy house?
It was in the basement.
And so you'd have to go through that living room area down there where the couch was to get back to the laundry room?
Yes, it was in the back.
How about working out in the basement? Do you recall if you went down the basement stairs to the right that there'd be like a little area where there'd be weights and that kind of thing? Did you ever see her working out there?
I don't recall if I did.
Okay. As far as the medications, do you recall where you observed the medications in the house?
Yes, they were in to the right of the refrigerator, I believe in a cabinet.
And you had to go into the Patrick and Lindsay's bedroom, right?
I did.
Fair to say Callan's crib was in there.
It was.
So do you recall ever seeing medications in the bedroom?
I didn't.
Because they were in a nightstand drawer. And she's not a nosy cahoot, so she went in to get the baby and didn't decide to look in their drawers because that's kind of ick.
Now, you had mentioned that you knew Lindsay to be going back to work in November, correct? Were you advised or did you know that she was originally scheduled to go back in October, but then bumped it back to November?
I didn't know
that. But as you began working for them, that November date was in mind, right? Moving to Thanksgiving of 2022, did something change about the plan for her to go back to work?
Yes, I came in, I think it was a few days after Thanksgiving, maybe the day after Thanksgiving, and Lindsay was in the kitchen, and I had expected her to be asleep.
Why was that?
Because I thought she was working that shift, that Thanksgiving shift. And she told me that she wouldn't be going back to work.
And was there any further conversation of what the plan was for you and the family during that time period?
No, I think I mentioned if she wasn't going back to work and that if they didn't need me, if they could let me know.
Okay. And so do you recall being at the home at one point where Patrick and Lindsay left the house and came back?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Of course, Patrick and Lindsay went for a walk, and when they returned, I was in the living room on the floor with Callan, and they came in and told me that they would have to let me go because Lindsay would not be going back to work, and the two of them would be home to care for the children.
Okay. And so did they give you anything else, any other information about why Lindsay wasn't going back to work during that meeting?
No.
Okay. And did they give you some time to kind of make other arrangements after that?
They did. I believe they gave me 2 weeks.
And during that time after Thanksgiving, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay interacting with the kids in the home?
I did.
And was anything about your observations of her different?
Nothing.
Now, the kids themselves, you had the occasion to spend some time with Cora. And how would you describe Cora?
Oh, Cora was a girly girl who loved her babies very much. She was very sweet, and she loved arts and crafts and loved playing with her Fresh Mart, which was a little children's supermarket. She was lovely.
And Dawson, how about him?
No. Again, if this woman wanted with and I think she would, respectfully ask the family before she talked about her own personal experiences. And whenever she's at a place that she wants to do that, I would be more than willing to hear her. But doing it at the behest of, a woman possessed by evil Nellie Olson's, beau is just ick. And I don't like it. This is absolutely to punish Lindsay. This is absolutely to tear at our heartstrings, and we don't have to dignify it with even watching it because I refuse. Now, Defense Diaries is doing an awesome job, and they don't fast forward like me. So if you do want thoughtful, breakdowns with a little bit of snark and possible cussing, um, they're a good place to check too. But no, no. We go at our own pace, and honoring these children, honoring their lives doesn't mean sitting through the mockery that the Commonwealth is using of those memories.
So you first met Lindsay and Patrick and the kids in, was it July of 22?
Yes.
And then you were hired, obviously, and you then took over as a nanny.
Yes,
You got a lot of years of experience as a nanny, don't you?
I do.
And this was that you wanted to kind of pick up some more hours, and that's why you fortunately reached out to the two of them and ended up taking care of those
Yes.
kids. So from July until, what was it, November after Thanksgiving, or was it early December that they had the walk, and then they came in and told you that she was going to
Early
be home?
December.
Early December. And you all left on good terms, right?
Oh, wonderful terms.
Yeah. I mean, you guys stayed in touch with each other. You texted them Christmas, things of that nature, right?
I did reach out to Lindsay to wish her a Merry Christmas.
Did she respond?
She did.
Would you agree that on March 1st of 2023, the state police interviewed you for about a half hour or longer about your observations of the Clancy family?
Yes.
Do you recall that the trooper, were there one or two of them, if you remember?
I believe there were two.
Yeah. Do you recall the trooper asking you?
State's witness, JKD Buck, but I think we basically went through it because the last bit of the testimony was just living life. They are into actually Slime is banned at our house, but the kind of Nido things tend to survive. Slime ends up on everything and in the laundry. So uh, we have become more of the very heavy industrial, fidget squishy toys.
Questions about your observations of the Clancy family with particular focus on Lindsay? They were asking you about how well you knew her, what you thought of her, what she did as far as a mother in your presence.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
I apologize. They wanted to know what kind of a mother she was, right?
Yes.
And you were able to respond to that, right?
I did.
They also wanted to know any observations that you had about her use of prescription drugs, right?
Yes.
And you were forthcoming on that as well, right? They also wanted to know whether or not you observed or she made any statements about any symptomology or symptoms that she might have been having that were causing her difficulty, right?
Yes.
Do you recall indicating to the troopers that, in your opinion, that she was a loving and a doting mother?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that means? I mean, what did you observe about what did you observe about her as a mother interacting with her kids?
I observed a wonderful mom who loved her kids, she was very concerned with their safety. She was very concerned with Callan's eating and sleeping. She was a wonderful mother.
And the district attorney asked you questions about what apparently is Exhibit 150 in this case. And that's the book that she would write notes to you on, and then you would on occasion write notes back to her. Is that right?
Yes.
So when the district attorney asked you to identify her writing, so like also there were like photographs like that in the book as well, right?
Mhm.
Know who would draw that? Would she draw that, or would you draw
I
that?
think I drew that.
You do that one?
Yeah, I think so.
And for example, Thursday, September 29th, it says Callan last fed time, put him down for a nap at 9:35 with a smiley face. We will be home, clean the clothes in the dryer if you get to it, and then Callan up at 10:45, and then some scribbling mark on the bottom. That's an indication of the type of notes that she would leave for you.
Correct.
Would she also leave notes for you to the effect of cutting up sweet potatoes and cutting up celery and things in 1-inch squares so that the kids to eat?
Yes, food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing or
Well, not at all.
you didn't find that to be controlling, that she was trying to exert a control over you, did you?
Not at all.
Felt that?
Thank you, Attorney Reddington. Again, those are like really not detailed notes. When they were saying she was leaving massive notes, I was thinking because I can go insane with notes. I can go, okay, he was like I'll give you an example. There was a period of time where I was watching, my friend's kids for them as she was going to school. Well, one of them got sick, so I would document and then photograph for her, like when I would give Tylenol. So I would write down a little schedule because Tylenol. There's every 4 hours. Ibuprofen is every 8, and then checking her temperature. eh, just because that would be something if I wasn't at home with my kiddo and I had to go to work or school or something, and it would be something that I would ask. So I just went through and did that. Does that mean I'm trying to kidnap her daughter and control her medical destiny? The Commonwealth really needs to figure out what they want moms to do, because they're attacking Lindsay for everything, and it's hard to pick out what they really want us to focus on, as far as this is the smoking gun, where she did the big heel turn and went from a doting mother to someone who didn't want to be a mom anymore, according to the Commonwealth.
It was appropriate for her to tell you about the cutting up of the vegetables and the squares and things?
Yes.
She also told you during that period of time that she was unable to sleep. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Told you that lack of sleep was becoming a significant impact on her life, and that she had to see doctors and was on medication for that, right?
Correct.
Again, the troopers were questioning you and directing you on your questions or your answers. And at one point, you recall saying to the trooper, I loved my Lindsay?
I loved my Lindsay.
Yeah.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, did you?
Do I love Lindsay?
Yeah.
I did love Lindsay, yes.
Now, when was she sleeping in the basement? Do you remember that?
Do I know when or why?
When was she sleeping in the basement?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember, if I suggest to you that it was around the end of November, mid-December, that she was sleeping in the basement for a period of time? If you remember.
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Did she indicate to you why she was sleeping in the basement?
I don't think she did.
Would you agree that she was forthright with you as far as telling you what was going on in her life, as far as her concentration and her inability to sleep and things of that nature?
Yes.
Sustained.
Would she tell you about those problems that she was suffering?
She shared with me that she had postpartum and that she couldn't sleep.
And as a result of that, you were pretty concerned for her, weren't you?
I really don't know much about postpartum, but I would always ask her how she was feeling
Right.
or how she was doing.
And in fact,
I love it. I've been talking for
you
this is
noted
great.
that in addition to the inability to sleep, that she would speak about that she was unable to focus. Do you recall her ever saying she had difficulty focusing on things?
I don't recall her saying that to me.
How about Finn? Did you notice that she had
I was saying I'm liking this softer Reddington. Maybe he looked at some of the critiques of yesterday or, the day before, how he came off as maybe a little snippy or fiery. And he's still doing, he's doing a lot better at trying to clarify and be a little bit softer. So, I appreciate it.
appeared to be losing significant weight?
I did, and I commented to her about that.
Okay. And you had occasion to see her as a mother playing with the children, obviously, right?
Yes.
Would the two of you stay in touch with each other by text even when she was out and you were home and they're home with the kids?
Yes.
Fair to say that you would take many, many videos of the kids and send them to Lindsay on her phone, right?
I did.
And fair to say that during that period of time from your involvement, Ms. Rossi, as a nanny, that you sent her videos of the children playing, and as we saw the baby taking a bottle and the baby eating and things of that nature, right?
I did.
Did she ever send you any videos, or did she ever respond to your emails or videos?
Yes, she responded to most of my texts she responded to.
Did she seem to be appreciative of your work?
Yes, very much so.
And in fact, she was pretty vocal about that. She thought the world of you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Redirect?
Just one question. In all that she told you about postpartum sleep and all that you observed in the house, did you ever have any conversations with her about intrusive thoughts or thoughts of harming yourself?
No.
Thank you. Okay.
Anything on that? No.
That's not the win and the dunk you think it is. Again, for many reasons, I would not confide in many people if I were having intrusive thoughts. The fact that Lindsay confided in her husband was extremely brave because these are incredibly dark thoughts. As a labor and delivery nurse, she's going to recognize that these could be a significant warning sign. So I would imagine that she wouldn't share. She would be really, really scared of these intrusive thoughts and might not even admit them until she gets to the point where she's worried they're gonna take over. That's just my read on it. Now, we have a couple more witnesses, but this is where we're gonna stop today, and then we are gonna pick up tomorrow, probably around 10, and then we will, just go at our own pace. Now it does look like, according to the judge's kind of scheduled talk, that we'll have a normal length day tomorrow, barring any shenanigans, but it will be interesting to see, whether or not that changes. Uh, but this was an incredible poor taste, especially with the showing of the video, in my opinion. However, I think that this was a good witness for the defense. If anything, the more people that can show that Lindsay was an incredibly loving mother. Oh, now, um, I do have a second channel. This weekend, Mr. Mo and I will be going to Best Buy. I need to find a pair of overhead microphone headsets so I can do live streaming. But I need to be able to wear them to make sure that they don't bother the snot out of me. So I know that I've been a bit lax on the craft channel, and I've been waiting to get headphones, and then um, I was just going to order them online, and Mr. Mo reminded me that if they don't fit correctly, they will annoy me. So we will be going this weekend, and hopefully I can get back on my weekend kind of craft stuff and doing stuff there. I hope you guys had a good day. I know this is a hard trial, but we got through a good chunk of catching up, and, we did it while being kind to ourselves and still having a little bit of fun and a little bit of snark. So thank you all so much for joining me. Do be kind to yourself, and, um, on a note, with Perez Hilton, with everything in the news, there are so many people out there that smile. Oh, and I'll be playing D&D on Saturday on Megan's channel. I need to get famous enough so I just have keepers that are like, "Okay, here's your costume and here's where you're gonna be." And I'm on no matter where I am, but I just need handlers to deal with, like, practical stuff, like reminding me to eat and where to go and where I'm going to be. I would be totally functional with an assistant team. That's all I'm saying. But do remember that everyone we see, even the people with the biggest smiles and the biggest personalities, might be dealing with stuff that they aren't letting you in on. So, as much as we enjoy snark and sarcasm, let's be kind out there. And remember that the internet isn't real life. And I will see you guys. Oh, hey, Kit Raid. Well, or Cat Raid. You guys are catching us at the very end of the stream. We are following the Lindsay Clancy trial at our own pace. So if you are kind of on the fence about following this and okay, so to explain the eyebrows, Jess Fartshadow and Hidden True Crime are trauma vultures, and I find that that is offensive to me on a level to which I cannot explain. So, rather than, constantly talk about drama llama ding dong, I have decided to roast the ever living hell out of their eyebrows. Not to mention that for some weird neurospicy reason, this makes me feel more comfortable when I'm doing emotionally difficult streams. Uh, so it's always for the entertainment. But we are covering it at our own pace, and I am covering it as from a perspective of someone who not only has dealt with the last 5 years with, masking a chronic pain condition, but has come to learn in the last little bit and is working on getting an evaluation for potentially having masked being neurospicy, all of my life. So this trial, I think, is a really important one, but that doesn't mean we have to punish ourselves and try to keep up with, following it every day, all day. If there's stuff that we want to take and, discuss or do that. So if you've been looking for a place to watch this trial or this trial has been one that you're like, I don't know. Um, Not to toot my own horn, but give us a shot. We are irreverent. We are humorous. We take ADHD mental detours for our own protection. We are snarky and we are a bit sarcastic, but what we never do here is disrespect the absolute human tragedy at the bottom line of every trial. We never go after the victims and we never punch down. So, yes, if you are a cahoon and you decide to dress with the bow of the evil, the dress in the bow of the evil Nellie Olson from Little House on the Prairie, I am going to notice and I'm going to say things, especially if you decide to portray yourself or carry yourself as a heartless cahoon. So that's kind of how we cover things. I am sending you guys over. I think Jolene is possibly going to be starting fairly soon. I appreciate you guys, hanging out with me as I figure out how to, cover trials at my own pace, because there is the reality when you deal with a chronic condition that your spirit might always be willing, but your energy and bandwidth and so many other things might say no. So thank you guys so much. Give Jolene some love. Thank you guys coming over from Cat. I am going to be looking for a bow or crafting my own obnoxious one tonight with a hot glue gun. I am done. Like the Commonwealth has crossed the line from, they just I can't anymore. I cannot anymore. It's on. It's on. We are having a bow off. I will not be defeated. Also, just a kind reminder for the rest of humanity. I don't know who needs to hear it. Um, but again, as a kind, gentle reminder from your local neighborhood internet mo, whoever touched this shit and put and brought this bow into reality, I don't know who needs to hear it, but stay away from the lament configuration. We had a hard enough time trying to get the Kardashians back in the box.
The lament configuration. Obsolete. Irrelevant in an age when desire has become amplified, but where lust can be sated electronically. We need something more than just a wooden.
And that's my final thought for the day. The Commonwealth's case brought to you by the same makers of the lament configuration. If you hell raise, you know. Bye, you guys.